Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the first session of Act 3, and we will begin with an interview. There is a reporter sitting on one of the chairs, and he holds up his mic as he speaks and says, "So, talk to me about Atelier, Stella. I've heard that some association fixers take on side work in their free time. But it really does feel like what you've done goes a bit beyond that, don't you think? What drove you to start this?" And the blue-haired Hana fixer is attentive. There almost seems to be a sparkle about him. As he smiles and he says into his own mic, yes, I always love to talk about the Atelier. It's a bit less of a typical side gig and more of a, let's call it a passion project. And it's been a wonderful experience. I consider myself more of a sponsor to it nowadays, since really my work is quite busy. But I make sure to check back often, and the grand reopening of the Atelier happened just last month. It was a wonderful event, and it was quite amazing to see how far it's grown. We have multiple partnerships, a connected boutique, all wonderful things, yes. I knew someone a long time ago who would have loved to have a workshop like this, and I can only hope that what I've been able to do can equal half of the work he would have put into it. And the reporter just smiles and says, "Oh wow, so this really means a lot to you then?" And at that, the Hana fixer nods and goes, "Yes, of course. Good people deserve to be remembered, yes. I'm sure we all can relate to that." And there's a bright smile on his face. "I'm sure we can. I'm just in awe of how you're able to juggle all this work. It feels like every other week we see you in a new show, commercial, event, magazine. You've been everywhere lately. That kind of life must be a bit of a whirl. Most people would only dream of getting to do what you do." Oh, honestly, can I tell you the truth? My job isn't nearly as big and flashy as it might seem. You can ask my lovely director. Most of my main job actually happens in an office environment nowadays. Paperwork, emails, phone calls, slideshows, meetings. I do a lot of generic, boring tasks, really. And a large part of the rest is just field work." "Really?" And the interviewer's eyes almost seem to widen a bit at that, as if surprised to hear that's the case. And the fixer nods and says, Really? Honestly, even with my side work, I handle a majority of the scheduling, invoices, and whatnot. But I would hate to bore you with all the business talk, so I won't drone on about it." Of course, right. But do you think you can maybe let us in on a sneak peek of any upcoming projects of yours? The fixer sort of taps a finger to his chin and says, Well, for you, I'm sure I can let a little secret or two slip." And he gives a wink to the reporter. "You've been a wonderful host after all." The reporter blushes a little, looking away, and says, "Thank you." "Of course. Now, you didn't hear it from me, but at the beginning of next month, I might just be found further north for a little secret project I'm filming for. I won't be up there for long, but I'd love to see if I can steal a few hours of time one weekend to make an appearance at FixerCon. It's not every day that I get to see my colleagues up there, or my fans for that matter, so if I'm lucky enough, then it would be an honor to get to spend my afternoon with all of the wonderful people up north." "Did you say a secret project?" And the interviewer leans in a bit as if sensing a story. And this fixer just leans back a little with a smile on his face and says, Yes, but unfortunately my lips are sealed on that one, my dear, as he puts his pointer finger to his lips teasingly for a moment. But my schedule is quite packed, so I'm sure people will definitely see me around. After all, I am a fixer, first and foremost. The Hana requires all of their fixers to be dependable and reliable for whatever task they are given. And the interviewer nods at that, scribbling down some notes, and says, "Yes, right, it must take incredible skill to work for the Hana Association at Grade 1. I know you've spoken before about the work you do there, but I know a lot of people lately have been buzzing with the same question. What comes next? Is reaching color status something you're working towards? Or are you satisfied where you are?" Well, that is quite the wonderful question, my dear. If the higher-ups in the Hana Association were to grant me the status of a color, then naturally I would be overjoyed and would accept my new title with grace and humility. I understand that becoming a color is nothing but a mere dream for most fixers, and there is not a day that goes by where I'm not ever grateful for the people who have entrusted me with their lives for all of the years where I've had the privilege of my position. And just as I have in the past, I can assure you, and at this he turns to look to the camera, and every single person listening to me today, that I will continue to do what I must to create the future that the people of the city deserve. I have a lot of plans in the works, and while life certainly can throw you some curveballs, I am quite excited for what's to come. And the interviewer is rapidly scribbling down in their pad as they say, "I'm getting excited too. And can I say, Jackson, that it's always so surprising seeing someone like you who's risen up so high from where you came from. It's almost unbelievable." Yes, I am. Well, early life was certainly rough. I've spoken about before, but all I will say is that I truly believe that despite everything, despite what everyone believes about my hometown and living around the streets of flavor, I am being completely honest when I say that most of the best people I know have come from those streets. I wish we never had to experience what we did, but I wouldn't trade my time with them for anything. It's not something many can understand, but I mean it when I say that. And the interviewer nods at that and says, "It's always a pleasure getting to speak with you, Jackson." No. And Jackson puts a hand to his chest. "The pleasure is all mine." Are there any final words you'd like to give the people watching at home who might be hoping to one day be sitting in the very seat you're currently occupying? And at that, Jackson nods his head and says, "Sure," before he turns to face the camera. I think that the position of a high-ranking fixer certainly isn't the job for anyone, so it's most important to be sure that you know exactly what you want out of any path you choose to walk in life. And even for those who choose to walk a different path, I believe that everyone has the ability to achieve your goals, as long as you keep your eyes to the sky, a map of your dreams held firmly in hand, and your feet pointed forwards down the path to your future. And if my words can have even just a little bit of positive impact, if watching me can help shape the future of anyone listening here today, then my work will have been entirely worth it. And with a little bow, he turns back to the interviewer. "Thank you so much for allowing my voice to be heard today. You are wonderful." And the interviewer's blushing a little as he just sort of nods his head and says, "You're very welcome. Thank you again for representing the Hana Association Sovereign Branches and Atelier Stella today on our show." And as the interview cuts to its commercial break, Kit turns off the TV. There is a little click of the remote, and the screen shuts off. Kit, Yuna, and Kate are sitting about the control team, watching one of the little TVs that they have set up with a couple of the other agents, and the moment the screen goes off, Kate instantly grabs the little Twilight ego gift wing and starts shaking it and goes, no, Kit, turn it back on. Love District was on next and it's gonna be in U Corp this time, and I wanna see if Matthew and Carlos are gonna get together or if Matthew's gonna cheat again. And Yuna just sighs and says, I am not being subjected to another season of that shit. I've never been the biggest fan of fixers. I know a lot of the other folks growing up were, but... And as these three are arguing with each other, Miix, would you like to come in and interrupt and introduce yourself to everyone and let us know how Miix is doing, preparing for this meeting with the Hana?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Miix. I play Miix, the information department manager. Hi everyone, hello, hope you're all doing well. I think Miix is first and foremost how she's doing. She's doing well, with an asterisk in that there's really just a lot going on, but she's at least started to get used to her workload. I wouldn't say that she necessarily looks much better than when we last saw her, but I think she definitely has at least not gotten worse. That much is clear. Still looks tired, still looks, has the bags under her eyes, kind of messy hair, but like, for what it's worth, again, I think she's adapted somewhat. But yeah, she will step inside and clear her throat and say, excuse me?
Boss! Yuna instantly whirls around, and Kate also spins about, on their feet. Kit's staring at the blank screen for a bit longer, but then also does turn to face you, Miix.
It looks like you guys were interested in whatever was on the TV just now.
Kit nods their head and says, right, we were just watching some fixer interview. We really should be getting back to work, and as Kit says this, I think the next manager will come on in as Merru. Kit's voice dies in their throat as they see you resurface from your room for the first time.
Yes. Hello. Merru Online. I play our control team department head Merru. And when Merru steps into the room, it's with cautious steps as if he's walking into more unfamiliar territory, despite having walked these halls for years. He seems a little uncomfortable and quieter than usual, when he gives a nod to the others in the room, but otherwise it's clear that he's trying to keep to himself. His prosthetic horns sometimes flash seemingly at random, and his left eyebrow twitches sometimes, but otherwise he's doing, at least what Kit would know, is that he seems to be doing as well as he has been for the past couple of days, maybe, which is to say not very good. But he's on his feet, and he has told the others that he will be able to make his appearance at whatever he has been told to show up at, and he's just trying to get through the day.
Merru, Kit gives you a nod. You can see a concerned look on their face as they say, today's the day you're leaving.
Yes. Hopefully not for very long.
I hope the same. And Merru, as Kit's looking to you, their gaze is then drawn to the appearance of another manager wearing a certain ego they didn't approve him to wear. As Prior, would you like to introduce yourself and how Prior is currently feeling?
Hello, everyone. I'm Prior Year, and I play Manager Prior. And as he steps into the room, ever since he started training with this ego, it's like something else entirely. Despite its appearances, the long coat is firm and taut. It feels like not like wearing gaze, where despite its clunkiness, it still felt like ballistic armor in a sense. This robe feels like wearing sheer metal. It is near impenetrable. It completely weans off damage entirely. The weapon, despite its weight, feels so light in his hands. It is power. The raw, unceasing power of the Arcana. And as Prior steps into the room with his chin held high, the crown of thorns around his head, and mimicry meeting whatever he's gazing at, he does catch Kit's eyes and affixes them with a something between a nod and a challenge if Kit is going to say anything at all.
Kit is looking right at you, Prior, and you can see a tenseness in their stance. And it looks as if they have some words for you. But before they can approach, our final manager enters the room. As Kai, how are you feeling, and would you like to introduce yourself first and foremost, and how is Kai doing?
Hello, I'm Kai Calypso, playing Kai, who slinks into the room and tries to sort of press himself up against a wall to some extent, to minimize himself in an already becoming crowded room. He nods a hello to Kate and Yuna and waves to Kit, and also spares a mildly concerned glance at Merru, for he hasn't seen much of him in a while, not for lack of trying. He's almost glad for once that they're leaving, because it means that he has an excuse to see more of everyone again. This is one of the times where it felt like it wasn't his doing that they hadn't really convened in a minute.
Absolutely. And Kai, when you go to look over at Merru, how do you react to Kai's concern?
Merru probably can sense that Kai is looking at him. I mean, it makes sense. He hasn't really been around anyone really besides Kit in this room in weeks. So there's a bit of a I don't know if I should call it like an awkwardness there, but Merru's not sure if he should react or not. So I think he kind of is more staring down right now than at anyone.
Absolutely. And as you're staring down, Merru, you can tell the agents are all sort of staring at you. Kit does sort of usher the agents who aren't Yuna, and Kate right now is clinging to Yuna, though you can see Kit kind of shooting them a disapproving look. As Kit will give you a soft look and nod, Merru, but will storm over to you, Prior, and say, if you're all heading out, I believe I need a word with you.
Of course. Happy to exchange anything that you feel is necessary, Kit. Is there something I can do to ease your troubled mind?
I've seen the new ego you've been wearing at the managerial meetings. I remember you saying that you wanted to put past issues behind us. So I just find it very interesting that you decided to go around me and gain Miss Ange's approval for the In the Name of Love and Hate ego set.
Kit, you can't expect me to start new issues with you until I've resolved all the prior issues. That's why I had to put them behind us. And Prior has the most innocent smile on his face for a moment before he does seem to drop into a much more serious expression. I am well aware of the fact that, despite the fact I would really like to have a better relationship with you, Kit, the fact of the matter is the situation changed very rapidly. I was not assured that we could have all 4 of the managers out on the next expedition, and considering the firepower of the enemies we are going up against, I felt it was prudent that I needed to push my limitations. And I will note that I followed the handbook exactly once I got it. It's true that I am barely qualified to wield this gear now, but had I not pushed my limitations, that barely would have been not at all. You've seen the state Merru has been in the last little while. Did you really want me to put the weight of the entire expedition on his shoulders again?
It is silent for a moment. They take a deep breath, and you can see the wing quiver coming off their shoulder before they say, well then, Department Head Prior, I expect you to return with Merru in safe condition.
I always knew I was capable of being a level 4 agent. Recent events have proven that that is entirely and always was within my capability to do.
Well, we'll just caution you to watch your corrosion levels, especially given the conversations I have observed through the CCTVs with you and that particular abnormality whose gear you wear.
Well, come now, Kit. You understand. Attachment work. You have to tell the abnormalities what they want to hear. You have to understand them, really keep them on the line, make them believe that you believe what they believe. It's the only way to earn their favor, their gifts, produce the maximum amount of enkephalin, be safe. You know, I'm just being a good employee.
Prior,
Yes.
would you like to make a roll here?
Oh, I would love to make a roll. What would you like me to roll, Mr. DM? Persuasion?
Do you believe what you're saying?
Does Prior believe what he's saying? Prior believes what he's saying. He believes that he has Queenie wrapped around his finger.
Absolutely. You know what? You can make me a presence persuasion roll. It is against a challenge 8.
You know what? That's so bad. I'm gonna. May I give him an insight roll against himself?
You may.
Awesome. Hold on. Let's see if I'll set it against Queenie's Awa. So, yeah, nope. Prior completely believes what he is saying, and he is as convincing as his rolls are.
Kit just sighs and says, "Understood. Well, I suppose since it went through Miss Ange, I have no choice but to trust her and your word for it." And Kit brushes past you, and you can feel the wing just sort of shove you to the side almost.
For once, with the power of Wa gear, Prior doesn't stumble, but he does have to step out of the way of the wing.
And Kit steps past you to Merru and says, Merru, Kai. Kit does give you a nod, Kai, and says, turning back to Merru, "You're sure that you're ready to go back out there?"
Yes, I can. I will be sure to handle what I need to handle, until we come back here.
Understood. Be sure you return here.
Yeah, I will.
Good. And with that, unless any of you have anything else to say to Kit or plan to stop them, Kit will simply go lean up against a corner and observe the room and going-ons.
Prior just turns to Yuna and Kate and gives them a firm nod and goes, "Hope you two enjoyed your lunch."
Yuna starts to nod and says, "It was fine, I guess." And Kate cuts them off and says, "I like the new ego set personally. I think you look very pretty."
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Kit also turned off the TV early. You know, there's a new season coming out, but apparently I have to get back to work or something, and I can't just watch the reality TV in the city.
Well, this is why in the training department we work very, very hard to build our own recording equipment to make sure that none of our agents have to miss their favorite shows just because some work gets in the way. You know, I can always put in a transfer request for you, Kate, if you're interested in maybe joining another department. I mean, I think you're a very hard worker. You do a lot of good work. I think, you know, we're always looking for new people.
You know, that's very tempting, but I do think that being in the info team is the most entertainment I can get since we're under Yuna.
A fair play as always. Yuna does do a very good job. Miix really knows how to pick them.
Yuna kind of looks away, flushing a little, and says, "I don't think that Kate is entertained, or is entertained by me, rather. I don't think it has anything to do with the quality of my work. I think it has to do with the fact that they find amusement in tormenting me. And Kate just grins.
Prior nods his head and goes, glad to see you in such high spirits. I'll ask around the training team regardless if anyone has a recording of whatever's on the air right now, and if they do, I'll have a copy of it sent to your room.
Thank you! See, Yuna, you have to be more like the training team. And Yuna just mutters, I have no wish to be more like the index. Or the middle.
Prior casts a very suddenly squinting look at Yuna and go, if you have a problem with my training team captain, Yuna, I would like to know about it personally.
And Yuna instantly shrinks back a little, hiding behind Kate, and says, I don't have any issues with Chris. I think that Chris is a very responsible and hardworking team captain who clearly is keeping his agents alive. Please don't let it get back to him that I said that.
Prior eases up his glare and he just goes, we've known each other for long enough, Yuna. You know my lips are sealed. I understand Chris's past can be scary, but he has sworn away his time in the Index. He's found something new to put his faith in other than prescripts. The training manual, written by me. Either way, I will leave you two to it. I do have some final preparations I have to do before we depart.
Absolutely. I should go say bye to boss before we depart, and I should also check on Merru, I feel, after what happened.
Yes, I can imagine. There were many enemies we fought along the way. I'm sure that would be more than useful.
Yuna nods their head, and Yuna's going to approach you, Miix, unless you were looking to approach Yuna.
Yeah, that's fine. What's up?
Yuna walks over to you, and says, boss, I know you're all heading out, soon, so before you go, I just wanted to check in with you and see if there's anything you need me to be, do for you before you go, or me to do for the department while you're gone.
Just, keep an eye on things, I guess. Work with Kit and the other people in charge in the interim. And, keep an eye on everything. Miix rubs the bridge of her nose. I think, for the most part, everything's been set up. You guys know how to handle yourselves without us being here. That's not what I'm worried about. So, you'll be fine. I trust you, and I trust everyone here. Just do their job. Yeah. That's about it.
I'll do my best, boss. That's good to know. I know there was a lot that happened the last time you all left, and I'm just worried for all of you. So, I know things will be fine, because they always are, but, and Yuna sort of pushes the old lady's gift of glasses up on their nose as they just say, that's all. If you don't need anything else from me, I'm just gonna start getting back to work?
You gonna be okay without us?
We'll manage. We always do. I know that we'll be all good. It was honestly beneficial having you all back for an extended, and Yuna pauses at you all, trying not to glance over at Merru or Prior, and says, we'll be good.
I know what you mean, and Miix sighs. She just kind of thumbs over her coat pocket with her cigarettes. And she says in a low voice only Yuna can hear, neither of them are okay. Not at all. Merru is probably worse off right now, but Prior's also gotten worse. We'll see. I mean, worst comes to worst, Kai and I can probably talk him down.
Are you okay, boss?
I wasn't really... I think a part of me wanted this responsibility for a long time. I think I was always just... I know I was jealous of Prior, of how people looked at him, how everyone looked at him, and now I'm in a position where they don't admire me. Definitely not like how they admired him, but they at least look to me to help them do their jobs right here. And I don't know if I'm doing a good job. And I don't know if I can get them to listen to me the way that we all listened to him when we first left. I don't know if I can do any of that. I mean, I don't even know if I can... There's a lot... There's a lot of that, I guess, in my mind. I mean, it'll be fine. It always is. It's just how much of a pain in the ass it's gonna be to get there, but it's nothing we haven't dealt with before, right?
No, we'll get through. We always have. Besides, more importantly, you shouldn't have to deal with any conflict, right? I mean, I'm sure there might be some minor syndicates that'll hopefully leave you all alone on the drive there and stuff. There always are, but you're all more than capable of handling those. But, you're just meeting with the Hana. I'm sure it'll be fine. You have the proper upbringing to be dealing with them anyway, so it's not like it should be an issue.
We'll see. Miix thinks to herself for a moment and says, I'll miss you while I'm out there.
I will miss you too, boss. And Yuna blushes a little, just kind of hiding their face under their bangs, and says, well, I suppose if there's nothing else, I should,
Miix thinks about something, thinks it's probably what she should do, and she goes and hugs Yuna.
Yuna hugs you back. I will say, Miix, the teeth of their suit do not bite you, but you can feel this odd, slimy sensation from them. And Yuna sort of looks down embarrassed and says, thank you, boss. I'm sorry about the suit.
You know, for as far as things that these clothes have gone through, this is probably not even in the top 10 of weirdest things, so I think it's a big deal.
I'm glad.
Miix will suddenly kiss Yuna in the middle of them talking.
Kate instantly whips around from the other side of the room, and there's like the sound of like a screenshot being taken, as you can all see Kate taking a photo on their tablet, and Yuna instantly rolls around and says, Kate, delete that now. Boss, that was right in front of everyone in the room, and Kit's just sort of covering their face with the wing and looks completely unamused and says, a reminder to all agents within this room, especially those on the department head and the team captain team, that any relationships are meant to be kept confidential and in private quarters. None of us want to see public displays of affection in front of us all in the control team department especially.
Miix just shrugs.
Thank you, Information Department Head Miix, for hearing my message. And Kate's giving you a thumbs up, Miix. And sort of just shakes their head to show they don't agree with kids' policies.
Miix says, well then, I think I need to talk to you about something, but that can wait until we get back.
All right. Yuna looks as if they're still reeling from this. You can see their face has gone bright red. They're trying not to meet anyone in the room's eye contact, which I imagine can be a little difficult when some of the people in the room have special gifts that give them multiple eyes. And Yuna just sort of sighs and says, yes, well, if it's urgent, I'd prefer to know now, boss. If you, we should probably be in private quarters in the future. Is this urgent? Is this something we need to talk about right now? Or is this something that should wait?
No, we can wait until I get back.
Yuna looks hesitant as if they're not sure whether or not you mean that, Miix. But then they slowly nod their head and they say, right, well, I'll keep things proceeding as normally in the meantime. And as Yuna whirls about, they do see you there, Merru, and their face is still bright red, but they say, Merru,
yes?
I just, before you go, just wanted to, ask if there is anything that you need.
And Merru, he thinks about it, briefly looks over at Yuna, and looks away again and just shakes his head, and he goes, no, it's not like we're taking on some crazy extended leave or anything. I've already talked with Kit about anything that should be happening in the facility on our end while we're gone. But either way, Kit's the one in charge right now, not me.
Got it. Well, I'll refer to Kit then for any matters. I just wanted to ensure that your mental condition was stable before you left is all.
I am in a place where I can get through the day. It's nothing for you to worry about. I know my matters have stressed you enough.
For what it is worth, Merru, I don't regret coming to that district with all of you, or facing that man. Yuna doesn't even look like they can bring themselves to say the words big brother without shaking, as they just close their mouth and say, I'm glad I was there. I don't like thinking about how things may have gone otherwise.
Well,
not that I did very much to begin with. I'm sure you would have been fine. I just...
I think you did... You did well for what you had experience with. I do hope that you never end up in a situation like that again, though. And I have talked with Kit about ways to ensure that. So.
I appreciate it, Merru. I hope the same for you, and Kit seems dependable. So I'm sure it won't be an issue. And again, you're just meeting with the Hana this time, so it's not like there will be any problems or complications.
Right. It's not like we're meeting a syndicate.
Exactly. It's a fixer association, and not just fixers. It's an association, one of the trusted associations. I'm sure we'll be all fine.
I hope so. I can't really give you any other information, but I hope so. I just want to get back here as soon as possible.
I hope the same. I should really get back to business in the information team now. Especially because we're going to be developing more of those SP ampules that we've been testing out, so
Oh, right. Yeah, those. Miss Ange told me about them.
Oh,
a little bit.
It did. That's good to know.
Yeah, yeah, they seem like they're coming along.
It's
So.
certainly coming. But we'll continue working. Right, now, if that's all. And you can see Yuna sort of fiddling with their glasses, and they're still beet red. It's very clear they have not forgotten the earlier kiss. Or the amount of people who are still swarming your department at the moment, Merru.
I think Merru looks over at Yuna again and just blinks a few times. And briefly, his left eye, like, completely, like, glitches, but then when he blinks again, it's fine again. And he just goes, I mean, if you feel uncomfortable, you can leave. No one's stopping you.
Oh, that's true. Well, I'll see you, Merru.
Right.
We'll be waiting.
Okay.
And if none of you stop them, Yuna is going to exit the room.
Prior waves Yuna off as they go.
Yuna's still struggling to look at you or anyone, but kind of gives you like a quick wave as they embarrassedly like kind of fumble with the door, and Kate sort of turns around and says, I'm gonna go follow Yuna. Bye! And sort of waves to all of you, skipping out after them. Leaving you all in the control team department together. If any of you have anything to say to each other or to Kit.
Neil Prior said enough to Kit in for one day.
I don't know, Miix and Kit probably already said their goodbyes. I think she's chill.
Absolutely. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say Kai already had his little hello interaction with Kit. I mean, what are they gonna talk about? Like, it's nothing that they could say to each other would be something to say in polite company.
Actually, Prior does have something to say. Kit, everyone is finishing up their lunches and getting back to work. Considering we'll be leaving soon, I imagine you have your duties to reattend to.
That I do. I'm going to get started on handling those. And Kit just turns to leave. Their wing gently brushes against you, Merru, in a affectionate gesture.
Merru will give a little nod to Kit as they leave, but won't say anything.
Absolutely. And you all have a moment to talk amongst yourselves and get ready to head out.
All right. Prior looks at Miix, considering that they both spoke up, and after a moment, Prior pauses and goes,
Jinx.
I suppose I owe you a soda.
You do.
I'd head down to Well Cheers right now, but I've already had my chance. Prior stares at Miix for a moment. How whimsical is Prior feeling today? That's a question. Prior's feeling a little whimsical. You know what? Prior will hold his arms up for a minute, and he will walk backwards through the containment unit door behind, or not the containment unit, the department door. You know what? Prior's gonna run to Well Cheers.
You know what, Prior? Can you... Actually, you won't make me a roll. I am going to roll a D6. So if I roll a 1 to 2, you will get a red drink. If I roll a 3 to 4, you will get a blue drink. If I roll a 5, you will get an unopened purple drink. And if I roll a 6, you will get an opened purple drink. 1, you get the red drink.
Awesome. If anyone has anything to say while Prior's making his journey, now would be the time to speak.
I do think Prior walking backwards out the door does make Merru actually lift his head and just watch. He wasn't really paying attention to why, like, what they were talking about, so he's very confused.
He's getting me my soda.
Why are you getting soda? I
Hey,
guess
Jinx?
it's fair.
Yeah. I was gonna say something,
Oh.
and then he said the same thing, and then I jinxed him, so he owes me a soda.
When he gets back, are you gonna say what you meant to say?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I'm curious what'll get me.
Probably a soda.
Yeah, but which one? They're different kinds.
You were the one who asked for it.
There's a red drink, there's a blue drink, and there's a purple drink.
You
Could
could
be
have
any of those.
specified.
No, it's not like I want one specifically. I'm just wondering which one he'll get me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't
Oh.
be upset about any of them, honestly.
Oh, I hope he comes back fast.
Kai looks at his watch.
If he really is being polite, he'll get something for all of us, but I think he's only getting me one. Because that's just how it works. Yeah.
That's how Jinx works.
You'd have to leave and then go back in and then leave and then go back in.
Yeah.
And that's kind of redundant.
It is. No, you're right. Yeah, I really do
hurry
wish.
up.
No, that's true. I really do want to go outside. I haven't smoked in a while.
You smoke in here all the
Not anymore. Not since we came back from the last trip.
That's good at least.
It's because
Sorry, I didn't notice.
It's because I haven't had the time. When I take a smoke break, I like to just like chill and relax. But I don't like to smoke while I'm actively working. It's just not. Just gets distracting, I guess.
Right.
But
When he's gonna get back.
in a bit.
Okay.
Oh hey.
Oh, I forgot how much of a walk that is.
You got
Did you
me the
not
red
run?
drink.
Now I got you a red drink. Here you go.
It's red 40. I see.
You got the cherry soda. If you drink this, they will restore 1 point of health. You may drink it now, or you may keep it and mark it on your sheet.
Miix will look at it, and I think she'll keep it for now. She'll pocket the soda. I'll mark it on
Wonderful.
her sheet.
Prior crosses his arms and goes, "Sorry, and you were saying, Miix."
Right. All right. Now that all that is taken care of, this is just me, the player, actually writing that down real quick.
Oh, I actually just added it.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you
sorry,
so
no,
much.
I added it to your sheet. You're all good.
All right. So, yeah, Miix looks at everybody and says, "Okay, now we've all made our preparations. Is there any last minute things that we need to take care of? Anything else? Any last goodbyes we haven't made? Anything we've forgotten? Have you all brought a change of clothes, all that? Put all your stuff in the RV? Is everything good, or?"
Logistics have all been handled. Checklists have been handed out. I can personally attest to all of my gear loaded in and everything I need. Kai, you have everything you need, including your medication.
That is a crazy way to put it. Sorry, that was me. I've gotten pretty good at packing for these trips. I appreciate the attention to detail to ask. Kai will sort of like move aside the collar of his coat, say, "I have some extra medication right here on my person just in case of emergencies."
Why can I not call mine medic? When I tried doing that, people thought I was stupid.
Prior huffs under his breath, and he goes, "Regardless, we have everything we need. Last expedition did not go the way any of us wanted it to go. we will have to ensure that this time it's different. We have a short, low-effort excursion. This will be a chance for us to confirm that we are all still in condition to make these trips, and that we don't need to make any adjustment to our later plans. Consider this a new trial run. Just like our first time out of the facility, this is a chance to see if we're really still up for it. So I expect you all to bring your best, and, well, let's hope that what happened last time never repeats itself again.
And managers, I will let you know, for this trip, Merru, you have a leftover ampule from last canto. So you will have one additional healing ampule. The rest of you have been given 2 healing ampules each by Yuna. So all of you have 2 ampules. Merru, you have 3.
Sounds good.
Nice.
Awesome.
Cool.
Absolutely. And as you are all preparing to leave, Ange's form flickers onto the screen as she says, "Managers, I have come to bid you all farewell and wish you luck on your travels.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Ange. We appreciate it a lot. Apologies for us leaving on such short notice, but hopefully this will be a very short expedition and we can get back to our golden bough hunting soon.
I will find another location for when you all return. I must confess that it has become increasingly difficult as more of the golden boughs have been picked off the map. And it seems at an increasing rate.
Well, getting them directly from the facilities isn't our only option. Going forward, it might become possible that we'll have to change our trajectory towards finding golden boughs that have been taken and reclaiming them. Though that comes with its own host of problems in the city, there's no reason for us to despair. There's still plenty of hope. And so we'll talk about that when we have a proper goodbye and a proper send-off for when we leave for an actual length of time.
Agreed. For now, focus on not pissing off the Hana Association managers.
Well, there goes my weekend plans.
We will make sure to do what we're told.
It's already part of the mission to not do that. Thank you, Ange.
Good.
Yeah, don't worry. We're Hana, try our best.
That was a good one. I appreciate that one. I wish I had thought of it.
No.
Ange just sort of closes her eyes slightly and her form flickers and she says, "Quite. Well,
Maybe we need to fix her sense of humor.
What?
I do not appreciate such statements, Manager
Yeah,
Pryor."
that wasn't cool.
I think the pun was on fixer.
It's
Oh,
you need
I
some
took
work.
that to mean that Manager Pryor believed he could fix me.
Yeah, I thought that, I don't think that was the one to go with.
As how one would a machine. I see now that I have miscalculated the humor you were attempting with a play on words. It was a very poor joke, Manager Pryor.
Yeah.
Perhaps joy and whimsy is simply something this old man is unfeasible.
I'm sorry,
must-
but you got a lot to work on if you want to get to our level.
I find it debasing that you would put me on your level, Manager Miix.
Oh, come on now. Ange, gosh, we wouldn't want to have another repeat of last time, would we?
Not another great pun off. I don't think any of us would survive.
Yes, I would quite like to avoid one of those, but I shall try to find some new jokes to add to my repertoire.
All right, let's get ready to head out.
Manager Merru,
Yes.
I have taken note of your current mental state. Were this not a mission you were required to go on, I would advise against you leaving the facility.
I understand. I wouldn't fight you on that. But I will do my best despite that.
Please do. I would prefer to not be down a manager.
Well, like I've been saying to everyone, we will come back soon.
Good.
All right, then. You think you'll be fine to hold down the fort without us for a little longer, Ange?
Yes. I always am more than capable of doing so. And you can see Ange sort of straighten up a bit almost, as she nods her head once more and says, "We will have things handled here, as we always do."
I've never doubted your capabilities. Just don't want you to overstrain yourself.
Thank you, Manager Prior. It is much appreciated.
Right. Well then. Anything we've forgotten to tell Ange? Any last minute piece of advice? If not, we do have an RV with Miix's name on it.
I think we're good to go.
Be all right.
All right then. Let's roll out.
Absolutely. And are you all ready to pile back into the RV?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, what? Okay, pile into the Lady Wolf. Excuse you.
Pile into the Lady Wolf.
The Miix-mobile.
As you all go back into Lady Wolf and prepare to leave, Miix, I imagine you've programmed Pascal to be at the driver's at the wheel.
I didn't ever do that. That was all Yuna. But I mean, at this point, yeah, Pascal. I think will take charge on his own.
I truly believe that Pascal spends the entire trip whining and flashing Prior when Pascal isn't driving. So Prior is the first to designate Pascal as the driver.
Unless you would like to drive, Miix, you do see Pascal sort of flash a little bit, eyeing Prior.
Honestly, Miix likes driving because it's just relaxing. It gives her something to do with her hands. Because otherwise, what is she gonna do? She can't really like cook freely because that's Merru's domain. And when she is on her own, she ends up writing her book, and that can go very bad. So I think she'll go ahead and do. Well, she'll go ahead and do a little drive.
Absolutely.
You've chosen death for me. I see. I will remember this.
Yes.
Miix, you are behind the wheel at the moment. All of you, because of affinity, can gain an additional sin point. And actually, Miix, can you make me a reflex drive roll? Just to see, it's just difficulty 1, it's challenge 1, scaling, just to see how smooth the drive goes.
That's not bad.
3 successes. It's a smooth drive. It's not, there's no difficulties, nothing super exciting happens. It's just, you're on the road. You know the path pretty well at this point. V Corp is somewhere you all have been before, and it's not too far from the place you went in V Corp's District 22 the first time. This one is located in the Nest, not in the back streets, but it's not as, great a distance as being all the way across the district. And as you're driving, Pascal is sort of just flipping over the rest of you.
Oh, holy shit.
Whoa. I think, as soon as Miix is behind the wheel, he immediately I think it's just kind of like she sits down at the wheel, and it's like, she's like, all right, everybody, buckle in your seatbelts, all that stuff. And as soon as she does, it cuts to 20 minutes later, and she's like, oh my fucking god, okay, do you see this guy? This guy doesn't know how to, oh fuck, I hate truck drivers, especially if they're in a red truck. Oh my god. And why are you going 40 on a 60? You have the power to run over 50 L Corp Inquisitors, yet you decide instead to go as slow as freaking possible just because, I feel like going on a troll. Let me overtake this motherfucker and see what they look like. Let me they're an old person. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I hate old people. I hate how they drive. They always take forever. I hate them. I hate them so much. Ah, God. And she's honking and flipping people off. And she just says, I can't fucking believe they don't know how to fucking drive, fucking assholes. Okay, you think, hey, maybe maybe the left lane isn't the lane to go slow AF. Also, did you see that motorcycle from earlier? I hate it when they just suddenly zoom in, especially when you're slowed up in traffic. What the hell? Just because you're in a thin little fucking bike doesn't mean I can't fucking bulldoze your ass, you piece of shit.
Prior is standing behind the driver's seat, his hands white-knuckled as he grabs the back of the seat, going, yeah.
Yeah, every now and then she'll actually suddenly stop, and Merru, Kai, Prior, you
don't get out of the car. Don't get out of the vehicle. I'm begging you,
see.
do not get out of the vehicle.
As Miix, hands on her seatbelt as they stop at
can't be serious.
An intersection, and she thinks about it.
No,
she really thinks hard, and then she doesn't.
Put solemn lament down.
And then
we don't need
she
it.
keeps driving. There's another point where she suddenly screeches to a halt because the traffic is free. I fucking hate when people just stop suddenly. It's so annoying. And as
you're saying this was a smooth
the other
drive?
three fly forward.
Bro.
That being said, they get there in record time. It's great. They make great time, honestly. All things considered, if you looked at how long it would normally take them they got there in 2/3 the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say you all
of the area where they're at. They haven't reached the area yet, but they've made like almost like 1.5 times the progress that they normally would.
The estimated time of arrival thing was ticking down as Miix was speeding past people. It was terrifying.
Exactly. Yeah, no. You all have made, thanks to Miix's driving, much better progress than you would be making otherwise. You also have deterred some minor syndicates from wanting to go near the RV.
I think we've deterred some minor syndicates from ever driving again.
You may just have.
Eventually, Miix is like, all right, that's enough driving. Pascal, take the wheel.
And Pascal just lets out a sad little beep before it flies over and takes the wheel.
Immediate difference. It could not be smoother. It could not be more comfortable.
Pascal may be many things, but Pascal is programmed to be a good driver. And how many times Pascal flashes Prior is always up to all of you to decide. As you're all driving along, I should ask, this is going to be quite a bit of a trip because we are going from L Corp to V Corp. Are there any conversations any of you would like to have with each other while you're all in this cramped space together and being subjected to Miix's driving?
Yeah. While all this has been going down, I'm sure that they don't spend the multi-day journey doing nothing but screaming at Miix's driving decisions. No, they at a certain point, Prior is going to try and track down Merru, something he's been meaning to do since the events at the web.
Absolutely. Merru, where
Yes.
are you in the RV?
Right now, frankly, he probably went to where he normally is when he's not in the kitchen, which is the bathroom. You know, his unofficial bedroom in the RV. So you can knock on the door if you'd like.
There's probably a good 60 seconds that Prior's standing at the door hesitating before he does, but yes, eventually it's a heavy, deterministic 3-pound knock, bang, bang, bang against the door. Not necessarily aggressive, but definitely assertive, followed by a, Merru, you decent?
Pretty quickly, the door kind of like, it opens enough, and Merru is like peeking out from behind the door. And when he looks up at Prior and just goes, "Oh, I was just sitting down, waiting for the trip to be over. What do you need?"
Prior's back is straight, and the height difference between him and Merru, he doesn't normally feel like he's looking Merru. He doesn't feel like he's normally looking at Merru in any way other than right in the eyes. A mutual sense of respect. He doesn't mean for his head to tilt down slightly as he does, but I had hoped we would have a chance to have this conversation before we were trapped in a moving vehicle together, but...
Oh.
I told
Right.
you, didn't I? We'd have it eventually. I haven't been able to find you. I know you haven't particularly been avoiding just me, but...
Do you want me to step out of the room?
No, right. Sorry. Prior didn't even think about the fact he was blocking the doorway as he steps to the side and opens the space for Merru to leave if he wishes.
He does. It feels like it might be. It's already an awkward conversation. It might be a little more awkward to have it in the doorway to the bathroom. So, he will do so.
Merru.
Hmm.
There's too much to say. Too many feelings. Too many tragedies. We are both victims of that circumstance. And I'm sure, among the many feelings we both feel, both of us can't help some resentment, probably mixed in with all the grief. I just want to know if it will affect our mission or not. I know I can put aside whatever unfair, fair, unwarranted or warranted things are crawling at my heart for the good of the facility. Just want to know if you're still able to do the same. It's not fair to force you out here if you're no longer able to perform.
I said that I will be able to perform what I need to do right now. Either way, it's not this situation. I don't really think it's about whether I'm okay to do something or not, right? We have to do something and I have to be there. That's what I was told is going on. So as long as I can, walk around and get through a day, then I am going to do what I'm asked. I'm not trying to start any problems.
It's not as simple as it used to be, Merru, and I think we both know that. Maybe when it was syndicates, Gion, Greta, all we had to do was be able to stand and walk and have ego gear. Now, we're fighting things that require more. We're fighting things that take things from us we can't get back. If they take enough of you, I don't know if I can count on you to be there when we need you to be. Maybe at a certain point it's better for you. Those are discussions to have another time. Let's focus on the mission, shall we? For now, this meeting is... Well, you're correct that your attendance here is completely unnegotiable because this letter, this request from Abraham features you especially. I know your performance at the Fixer check-in was exemplary, but I can't imagine why you would be called, especially on behalf of the wording of another. Any ideas?
I've been thinking about it. When I was first told about the request, I guess, if you can call it that, I remember talking to Kit and saying that I didn't understand why they wanted me. The only things I did there were, I guess, do well at whatever they were asking of me, and there was one person who I talked to there, and he seemed interested in me on behalf of someone. I thought it was on behalf of Mr. Abraham, but I don't know. I can't exactly ask him anymore. Besides that, I wasn't exactly a chatty person. I didn't know anyone there. I don't know why they want me. It's not even like I was a fixer before this. I failed my test before this. Back when I tried to do fixer stuff. So, I don't know why they would want me.
Oh. Perhaps it's another ghost from the past. I know from what we've talked about, there's not many of those left for you.
No. And it's... I don't know why it would be from there anyway, so... I don't really have answers. If I had answers, I would have given them.
Well, I suppose I should have expected as much. We're flying dark into the night yet again.
Yeah. So, I wish I could say more to be of some help, but, I mean, I have no idea. I've only ever been to this district once, so.
Suppose that's true. We all have. Oh. I've been through it before, but... Are you sure that armor is going to hold up on you, Merru? You're technically now the least equipped of all of us.
Right. And Merru takes a moment and gives Prior a once-over, because he really hadn't gotten a good look at the ego, because he hasn't been around. He wasn't really focused on Prior for the most part. And he just goes, "When did you get that?"
Not long after we got back, I recognized that the situation would call for us all to step our game up. I've been doing nothing but training with Ange, with my training captain Chris, with fortifying the facility in case any future dangers come back. We've managed to get by without you, so don't worry too much about your absence, but...
You were fine?
Oh, yes, we were able to handle everything.
Well, Kit is very good at their job, like I've always said, so that's a good thing, I guess.
Don't ever tell them I said this, but I have the smallest modicum of respect for Kit.
You should.
Now, if only they weren't so prejudiced around actual unity among the department, but I suppose a difference of agreement can exist among the strong.
Right.
Every level 5 agent thinks that there's a different way to run this facility. And Kit respects you. Kit listens to you. But Kit doesn't listen to the rest of us like they listen to you. Because Kit knows that they are strong, and really there's nothing the rest of us can do if we have a problem with what Kit says. So...
I mean... I think what Kit says makes sense, so... I don't think it's that big of a deal, but... I mean, you said you were able to get by just fine, so...
Oh, yes. I admit. Kit makes for a very good manager.
They do. And Merru looks away for a second, and he goes, I always thought they would make for a better department head to begin with. It was never, my choice to become one. So maybe, in a way, it's good that they have a more active role where they should be.
What a terrible tragedy that led you into this position.
Yeah.
I remember back when we were both just agents. There was a whole line of succession ahead of you in that department, and one day, it was just you left.
Yeah. Just me. Kids told me about it. I don't really remember much.
Well, if you've decided it's time for you to rest, give your burdens to someone else, I think the managers would support that.
Right. Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I hope it's whatever it is best for everyone. Then I hope I can figure out what I need to do sooner rather than later.
Quite.
Yeah.
I don't think the incident at the web will be the last time we are put in a position where we lose the people we love. So, for those of us without much left to lose because of that incident, I suppose all we can do is try our best, and maybe this time it'll be enough. Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm sorry I find that I am out of words to say to you. Let's end this conversation here.
Yeah, that's fine. You can leave, or I can leave, or we can leave.
Let's both leave. It's easier that way. And Prior turns around.
So does Merru.
And as the two of you go off in your own directions in this fairly cramped space, the drive continues. Miix taking over the wheel, I imagine, at times from Pascal. And I should ask, Kai, during the course of this trip, is there anything you would like to do?
If at all possible, Kai hasn't seen Merru in quite some time, and when he showed some concern for him, he also felt validated by the fact that seemingly everyone else in Merru's immediate vicinity has also shown concern for him. That he wasn't just imagining things. That also gives him some motivation to try to bring it up. Kai notices that Merru's been looking at that pendant a lot, and hasn't been doing much else for a while now, as far as he can tell. So I don't know where Merru is, but if Kai can find him and try to, in a low-key manner, approach him from behind, not sneaking, but trying not to startle.
Absolutely. Merru, where are you at the moment?
I mean, if this is like a little while after that conversation Merru just had with Prior, he probably did eventually leave the bathroom, and he decided he's going to try and be of some use. And he decided to head to the kitchen to, just try to get some meal prep done. Just makes it easier. And he how do I word this? He he's trying his best. But I think at one point because when you're cooking, you don't want to like get food and stuff like on your clothes and whatnot. I don't even think he even bothered to change into the apron though. He's very all over the place. And I think at one point he put he had to put his pendant down on the table because it kept like dangling down as he was like leaning over the counter. But he doesn't like, he's found that he's been trying to keep it on him most of the time. So putting it down and not having it like around his neck, I think by this point, he's like trying to like chop up like some vegetables or whatever, but he's not really able to focus on it much. And his eyes keep kind of like flickering to the pendant, as if he would rather just like kind of grab it back and deal with the annoyance of it being around his neck. But so he's kind of not really getting much work done either way. That's kind of what he's doing right now.
Hi. Would you like to approach him, or would you like to go take a look at the pendant?
Yes, when Kai enters into the kitchen and sees Merru both cooking and seemingly sneaking glances over at this pendant, he will try to perhaps just take a peek and see what Merru is looking at, because he hasn't really gotten a very good look at this thing. Not so much trying to look into the pendant, but just trying to see if that really is what the fuss is all about, I guess. As he inches closer to Merru from behind.
Wait, so is he like just trying to like look at it, or is he trying to like pick it up?
I don't think that his intent is to pick it up, but Merru can interpret it as such if you think that he's paranoid enough to.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think you said Kai is approaching him from behind and he's trying to get a look at the pendant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, Merru, even when he's not doing well, unless he's like purposely like not trying to pay attention to what's around him, I think because he's like on edge right now, his augments will flash in what you probably recognize as like the familiar, like it's alerting him of something bad. And so in Meru's mind, he's like, someone is approaching from behind. He should know it's you. But it's almost like for a second, it doesn't really register. And all that registers is that he has the thing that he wants off his person and someone is approaching him from behind. And so I think immediately, once you get like a step too close, you kind of hear the knife clatter onto the counter. And Meru's hand like immediately like snatch the pendant, and then he turns with wide eyes before blinking a few times, and you can see his left eye glitch a little bit as he just goes, hi Kai, do you need something?
On closer inspection of Merru, it's almost like actually I should ask, is Justicia's not on your eye? Like I
No.
can see both.
Justicia currently is wrapped around, which might be a little interesting, that in the time that you've seen Merru, since you first saw him, in the facility after his like him having been like holding himself away, he has not tried to put Justicia around his head. You may have seen him try to do it like on the way back from your last trip, like however many weeks ago that was. But like since then, he's been wearing it around his wrist because it will not stay around his head no matter how much he tries.
Huh. Okay, so upon closer inspection then, since Kai can see both of Merru's eyes, it's like the pupil on his non-prosthetic eye is blown out, dilated, like as if it's too wide to take in his surroundings properly. And with a bit of a look of concern, Kai will, I think, default to doing the post-concussion, like, finger-following test subconsciously near Merru's face, just to see if he can focus on it. Trying to draw his attention to a solid object.
Yeah, I mean, Merru's a bit confused. He's following it. I mean, you can see that his left eye keeps kind of going. It's kind of weird because his right eye, his biological one, is following it, but his left one keeps kind of like glitching out. Before he just stops altogether and he stares at you and he goes, "What are you doing?"
Sorry, you kind of looked like you were under the influence, or that you had a concussion. I guess I was just... You don't look so good. Can you see me okay?
I can see you. And as he says that, his left eye glitches a little bit again, but he blinks like 3 times and then it's fine.
Oh, no, sorry, you go.
No, I didn't have really anything to say. I was just saying that I was trying to make everyone something like normal.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Merru. That's very sweet. I can't help but... And Kai's trying to figure out a way to word this, because there's only so much concern that one can express without being certain what the concern is about. Your eyes seem to be functioning a bit odd. Does it have something to do with that thing you keep looking at?
No.
No?
I have bad prosthetics. They do that sometimes.
How much are you using that thing?
I don't know. What do you mean using that thing? It's just a like a an item you keep around for comfort. That's all.
Well, you just seemed a bit jumpy about it when I came into the room. I mean, you wouldn't think that I'd take it from you, would you?
I don't. Sometimes people get curious and want to pick up things of other people's. I mean, I had someone took the tablet that was mine for a very long time. So, and I don't exactly have the book that I used to carry around anymore. That's gone. And I guess I have the items I grabbed from when we stopped by my old watch house, but I didn't bring them with me, because I didn't want to lose them. So I just wanted to bring something that helped make me feel better. That's all. I just don't want anyone else to touch it. Because it's mine.
Okay, Merru, it's yours. I'm sorry for getting close to it.
It's okay. I didn't realize it was. I think if I realized it was you, I probably wouldn't. I just didn't know who it was. I wasn't thinking.
I'm fine.
Kai half smiles at Merru, but looks a bit pensive. It's not that his excuses don't make sense, because they do. But as someone who is in active addiction, not in recovery, not clean, not rehabilitated, he is an addict. He has seen other people that make up excuses that even they believe for as to why they need what they need. And if it was just a comfort item, that would make perfect sense, but he hasn't seen Merru in weeks, and it seems no one else has either. Knows someone in the same boat when he sees them. Merru seems paranoid and defensive, even if the words that he's saying make sense, and it makes Kai uneasy, but he has no ground to stand on to point it out directly. I mean, if past experience is anything to go by, that wouldn't end well for either of them. So Kai will nod at Merru's explanation after thinking for a bit and say, I understand entirely. I can be the same way about some things.
Mm.
Do you need any help? With meal prep, I mean, or anything else, if you ever need to talk to someone about anything.
There's a pause, like Merru is thinking about something. And then I think he'll turn back around, and pick back up the kitchen knife, and he goes, I'm still able to do this. If I needed help with something simple as putting together a meal, then I might as well just let Miix do it, right?
Yeah. I guess it would just be nice to keep you company since I haven't seen you in a little bit.
Right. And it's not that Merru doesn't want to. I mean, of course he does. He always likes to spend time with Kai. And so he instinctively goes to agree, but then I think his mind immediately reminds him of the conversation he had in the unit with der Freischütz. And it's like, I mean, because Kai knows Merru well enough. I think it's almost like Merru turns his head a little bit to say something, stops, frowns a little bit, and just goes, it might be better if I finish by myself. I can let you know when the food is done.
Kai's rhinophores slump a little bit before he perks back up and he goes, okay. Well, in that case, I'll leave you to it. I hope I can see more of you soon. I've missed you.
Yeah. I mean, you will certainly see me on this mission. So,
Yeah. And I, feeling a bit defeated, but not upset at Merru for, being an addict? That's ridiculous. He will slowly make his way out of the kitchen, giving up on that attempt.
And Merru will get back to his cooking. Definitely a bit sloppier than usual, but
Absolutely. Merru, you're able to make some food. It definitely doesn't come out as, neat and clean as your food usually does. And the trip continues to pass without incident. As you are all nearing the final destination. And I should ask, in this last stretch, is there anything you would like to add, Miix? As I know you have been behind the wheel at parts throughout this trip. And as you're all preparing to go, I'll say Pascal is probably just hovering over you, beeping as you are at the wheel as well.
Nice. Sorry, what was the question?
No, you're all good. As you're behind the wheel, is there anything you'd like to add for the final stretch of the journey as you're driving along?
I think not much. I think everything goes smoothly.
Absolutely. And as you all get ready to disembark, Miix, is there anything you would like to do?
Is there anything? Well, I guess it's time for me to get a little slice of the pie, a little piece of the cake. I think Miix will approach Merru, actually, if that is okay with Merru.
sure.
Absolutely. As you're doing so, I imagine Kai and Prior, now that the RV is parked, are getting ready to go, and we can just come back to the two of them after as you go to approach Merru.
Hey, Merru.
I think when Miix approaches Merru, he had been thinking a bit about his conversations both with Prior and Kai, and he was fiddling, not looking into it, but fiddling a little bit with the pendant, like, as he was thinking. And when Miix calls out to him, he quickly pockets it and turns and goes, Miix, do you need something?
I more so wanted to check up on you. How are you doing?
I am handling things. So
Handling things well, or
I am handling things.
I need a more direct answer than that.
I don't have a more direct answer. I am trying to manage things. That's it.
I know, but we're out here, and I need to know if I can count on you.
You can count on me to do what I'm being told to do. I was told that I need to come out here for this mission. And so
Merru,
I have
if
to.
I may ask, as a player, is Merru looking Miix in the eye?
He probably does briefly, but then glances away as he's trying to give an answer.
Yeah, Miix steps a little closer and says, "Can you look at me in the eye when you say that?"
I mean, I don't see why I have to, but I guess I can. It's a little weird. But like I said, and Merru does look at Miix this time, and he just goes, I was told that I have to be here no matter what. So I am trying to manage things as best I can because I need to be here.
You're aware that as best you can, that's the same as wishful thinking, right? I can't work with people trying. I need them to do.
And am I not still doing that?
Merru, look, I need everybody at 100%, or at least as close to it as they can get. The rest of the people we have here, I can't have everybody going haywire all at once. I mean, Prior is... I need to talk to Prior about this too, but he's been getting worse, and Kai... Miix shrugs. Kai does what Kai does, but he's at least solid. You... I don't know if I can count on you right now, right? Because you're not acting like you normally do. You don't have the normal fire in your eyes.
I mean, do you want me to say the obvious, Miix?
I know you've been through a lot. But at some point you've got to focus. Look, I'm trying to be as gentle as I can, but
I don't know what you're... I mean, I know what you're saying, but I don't know how I'm supposed to answer without lying to you, Miix.
So you're not okay. So you're not going to be able to... So I can't count on you?
I don't know how I'm going to be because we haven't had to leave since everything happened. I am only out here because I was told that I needed to be. I don't think there's much more of an answer to give to you, Miix.
Then why the hell did you come anyways?
Because
why
I was
didn't you just stay behind?
Because I didn't want to give problems with the Hana Association.
Look, if You only came because you thought, because someone told you. Then look, Merru, I don't think Miix just rubs the bridge of her nose and then finally just decides to stop with the politeness and says, okay, you know what, Merru? I'm just going to tell you how it is. If you don't actually get your shit together, we're not bringing you with us anymore. We'll take Kit instead.
There is a pause where normally I think Merru would have frankly told Miix to shut the fuck up. But he thinks back to the last conversations he had with the others, and his brow furrows a little bit, and he goes, I think that Kit enjoys their position in the facility and is a necessary one for the facility to keep functioning. But, you know, you're bringing that up, I actually was thinking about things like that. I briefly mentioned it to Yuna, kind of. I did tell Kit before we left that we should, and by we, I guess I mean they, should start training more agents for the specific purpose of being able to leave to go on missions with us if need be. I meant that for Yuna because of what happened with them, but I guess...
Right, but we don't have
something to
time
think
to
about.
waste. We don't have time to waste waiting for people to be ready. We have a person ready there, and we have someone who's not ready here. Merru, we can't count on you like this. All right, what happens when one of us is in trouble and we need you? Are you just going to be here whimpering, bumbling about?
That wasn't my intention, no. My intention is to still try and do my job. But...
Can you? Because right now you look broken to me. You look broken. You're not acting normal. You're bad right now. You're in a really bad way. And we don't need that.
I know you don't need that. I'm trying to figure out what to do about that. I don't have more of an answer than that, Miix.
You know what the worst part is? It's how pathetic you're being right now. I understand you lost something. I know how it feels to lose what you lost.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Did you lose?
Because I thought my whole family was fucking dead. So I know how it feels.
Okay. Maybe you do. Your brother is alive out there, though. My sister isn't. Miix.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So, I don't have anything else to say to you. I'm trying to figure out what to do, and I don't mean to make things worse again for all of you. But if it was up to me, I wouldn't have left today. I'm only leaving because I was told I had to. So, if I stayed back because I was listening to what you were saying and then you guys left without me and something bad happened because I wasn't there, would you blame me too?
No.
Maybe.
I'd blame ourselves.
Maybe.
Look. I just need you, for the remainder of us being out here, I just need you to get a hold of yourself. If you're ready, if you're okay, if you actually can do your best, then do so. I'm happy to be proven wrong. But you gotta understand, Merru. I've been doing the jobs of 4 people for way too long now.
4 people?
Yeah,
Kit not
at the
helping you?
facility. Kit can do as best they can, but they don't have a year plus of experience. Prior just wasn't in the state, neither were you, and Kai relies so much on Prior that when he's out of commission, he can't run a department. Look, I'm sorry if I seem like I'm a little on edge, but I have been.
I mean, I will keep trying to figure out the best way to make things easier for everyone. And as soon as I figure it out, I'll make sure to do it. I can promise you that.
Alright. If it doesn't work, we can always bring someone else. No harm in that.
Right. Are you done now?
Is there anything you'd like to say?
No.
Then you're dismissed.
You came up to me.
Well, all you're good for right now is listening to what people tell you to do, right? You can leave.
I guess if me leaving would make you feel better. I'll go back to the bathroom then. And Merru will walk away.
Miix stands there by herself for a bit. And she lets out a shaky breath. She's suddenly sweating, and she feels a hand on her shoulder not a hand of anyone we've seen before, but she knows who it is. It's the hand of that man. The man that we know as her father. Obviously not really there, but she just wipes off her shoulder and tries to not let what just happened rattle her. But something feels not right. And she looks over to the bathroom where Merru shut himself in. And her hand reaches out. And then just falters and falls to her side. And she just hears his voice as she hears the words, "Good to do, my son." She bites her lip. And that's about it.
And Miix. That feeling of the hand fades away, but you can still feel his presence there. As all of you can get ready to disembark. Merru, I know you retreated back to the bathroom, but you feel the RV coming to a stop. And you have a feeling that the other managers will come to collect you if you don't leave first.
Merru will wait to be told that it's time to leave the RV.
Absolutely. Then as you're waiting, I should say, hi, Prior. How are the two of you doing? As you're getting ready, the RV has come to a stop. You likely see Miix coming to join you very soon, but Merru is not there yet. And you all know that it is almost time for this meeting. I would say it's about 10 to 20 minutes before the meeting time. You've got like time to get prepared and all, but you really should be hurrying if you don't want to be late.
Prior turns to Kai and he goes, "I'm not the only one that's concerned lately, right? I think we need to have a serious conversation." Oh, fuck!
And Prior, as you say that, you hear the word.
Yup.
And there is the glow of Pascal as it does a little flip right over you. And can you make me a challenge 5? That should be instinct, calmness.
Sure. Absolutely. Instinct calmness. You betcha. You betcha.
Three successes. Would you like to spend a point of sanity, or will you just take it?
Let's just take it.
Yup.
Prior, the little drone gleefully beeps as there is a glow, and you will take, because of your gift, it's down to 1 white damage. Except, would you like to show off your new defenses? as the Va
Yes.
ego armor protects you.
As the bright light burns into his face, as he feels his mind begin to churn, as the crown of thorns tightens around his head, his eyes sting, but they don't pop out of his skull or sizzle as he blinks away the blinding light quite quickly. Like his eyes are covered by a film of solid metal. And he stares at Pascal, equally as confused as Pascal that he's not whirling around on the ground. He sort of looks the drone in its ocular device, crosses his arms, and goes, better luck next time, foul villain.
There's an angry beep. There's another flash. But as Pascal seems to realize the flash is doing nothing to you, it just lets out a whirr and flies away.
Pascal, wait.
You're saying he's doing all of this while Kai's standing next to him because he just tried to bring up a concern and then he had a villain monologue?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, you've just watched all of that, Kai.
Inside in a stunned silence.
What was I talking about? I swear it was important.
Yeah, well, firstly, you're good with flashes now?
I suppose the drone has no more power over me.
Great. You were talking about concerns over Merru.
Right, Merru. Duh, Merru. You've noticed it too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of tried talking to him about it. I mean, what ground do I stand on, right?
But, listen. Miix and Merru were alone in there, and did you even hear them yelling? Like, he didn't even fight. When was the last time you've heard Miix and Merru have a conversation and they didn't fight?
I mean, it sounded like Miix was trying to. Maybe that was like her way of cheering him up. I don't know. I'm worried about him too.
Yeah, Prior will turn to the RV and, the entrance and wait for Miix to join them.
Miix, will you approach them? Pascal has flown over to you and is beeping sadly, as if it's kind of like when a kid is upset and they kind of go to their parent to like tell on someone else. That's sort of what the drone's doing right now, as it's letting out beep, 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 and kind of just hovering back and forth over you.
What's wrong?
It kind of points with one of its little extenders right at Prior.
What happened?
Your drone's faulty programming is no longer a concern to me. The flash bulb is no longer strong enough to pierce my ego gear.
We'll have to get that fixed. Don't worry, Pascal. Mom will get that all fixed up.
Beep.
Whenever I have time. I wasn't even the strongest light bulb I could get. I'm sure we could probably find something better.
Hey, listen, right, the actual conversation at hand. Miix, have you noticed Merru's been a bit off lately?
Noticed? And then Miix looks back and then looks over at Prior and then looks over at Kai. Like, thinks to herself, was Prior really the person to be saying this? And then says, yeah, I have.
He's moody. He's in his little corner all the time. I admit, I can't say that I'm in the best emotional place to have a conversation with him considering what happened at the web, but I think we need to, when we return to the facility, have a serious discussion. It's not right to keep forcing him out here if he's lost his spark, you know?
Oh, no, for sure he has. Look, if this keeps up, we might have to bring someone else. That's all it is. We have Kit. I'm sure there are a number of other level 5 agents that we could bring with us. That's something we can think about and discuss. What?
You can't possibly be thinking about leaving Merru behind.
I mean, look, there's an entire facility there that can support him, or at the very least try and stabilize him. But we're only 4 people.
And mind you, all of us are about as, well, actually, I can only speak for myself. We have our own problems, and...
Miix will eye Prior subtly and then look at Kai like... I think we have less resources here and less... What's the word? We have less room for error here. I care about Merru. I do. But he went through some shit. And I know what that does to someone. I can't, in good faith, not think about leaving him behind once we get back.
I concur. We have not the resources to help him if he's losing his grip. And if something happens out here, we've all lost a lot recently. I couldn't bear to lose him too to this place. So we'll put a pin in it.
Okay.
It's just the reality of things. That's all. I don't think we should worry too much for now. Let's just...
Is that okay? It's okay.
I know, I'm just saying, let's just be normal now, and I mean, we're not going to treat him any differently. So.
Now, as you're all speaking, I should ask. First of all, I should say you all gain an additional thin point from affinity. Secondly, Merru, are you still waiting in the bathroom? Or I imagine at this point, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can hear all of the other managers' voices, especially as the most aware among them.
Yeah, no, Meru's horns flash a bit, and he can tell that, you know, they're probably... Are they approaching their destination, or have they already approached and the RV has stopped?
The RV has been stopped for about 3 to 5 minutes at this point.
Okay.
Despite the fact the RV has stopped, not only has no one come to get you, but you can actually hear them all having a conversation, and their voices aren't growing closer. They aren't growing farther away either, but you can tell they're apparently discussing something, and none of them have bothered to get you.
I think just to check, because he doesn't want everyone to be left waiting, if that's what they're doing, Merru will get up and peek out of the bathroom, and when he sees the others talking amongst themselves, he'll grab his weapon and, fasten it like normal, and take steps towards them.
The eyes of nothing there flick to Merru, and then Prior's gaze flickers soon after, and he purses his lips for a moment before he coughs, and he goes, Right, all right. If you're finished readying up, Merru, I think we're good to go.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I I wasn't sure if we were leaving now, but if we are, I am ready to go.
All
I
right.
don't think we have anything else to discuss, so let's go.
Okay.
All right. Well, Pascal, look after the place for us.
Pascal beeps and will do so. As managers, would you like to exit the RV and enter the Atelier?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. You all find yourselves inside what looks like a boutique. There are fancy outfits displayed in the windows, and you can see these sparkling stars hung from the ceiling. And as you all are looking about, a woman hurries up to all of you. And this is what she looks like. The woman has long pinkish hair. She's dressed in a cute little fit with 2 ribbons in her hair. And her hair is done up in these 2 buns. As she comes over and says, "Oh, welcome. You must be Merru. You're the one we're waiting for here. And you are Prior. I believe I heard about you from Director Abraham. The other 2, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember your names. I know that they were mentioned to me. They said they weren't sure who might all be coming. I think it was Kai and Miix, if I remember correctly. Welcome. He's not quite here yet, but he'll be here very, very soon. I can get you all some coffee, tea, lemonade, hot chocolate, anything you all would like." Oh,
Right.
Thanks.
how rude of me. I'm Tala. By the way, I should have introduced myself first. I'm so sorry. I'm sometimes so bad about remembering things. She holds out a hand. And if any of you have anything to say to her, Miix, I believe you were about to speak.
Miix steps forward and immediately smiles and does a curtsy and says, "It's so nice to make your acquaintance, lady." And she said, I could not see the name. Lady Tala, my name is Miix. I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm sure you're very busy.
Oh my gosh, Miix, so good to meet you. Oh my gosh, Lady Tala, that's so formal. You don't need to call me that. You can just call me Tala. I mean, like, it sounds really nice. It sounds really fancy. I feel like a nestborn with that. No, I haven't been living in the nest too long. This is so exciting for me. She holds out a hand to you.
Well, a lady is the only way I would refer to someone so beautiful as you. And Miix will take her hand, if allowed, and do like a hover, faux kiss on the hand.
Oh, she sort of blushes a bit as you do. And she's just like, thank you. Thank you so much, Miix.
I love your hair.
Oh, thank you so much. My employer helped me with dyeing it and getting it all styled. He's just the greatest with fashion.
As for refreshments, I would love some. I mean, I wouldn't want you to go out of your way. I mean, I would be more than happy to help you get any if that would make your job a little easier.
Oh, no. I could not ask that of you. No, I am here to serve and to help all of you out. So let me know what you want. Oh, right. Oh my gosh, I should make sure. I should go down the line, make sure I get what all of you want. What would you like? Is it Miss Miix? Lady Miix?
You can just call me Miix, sweetheart. Lemonade would be lovely.
Oh, sorry. What was that you would like, Miix?
A lemonade.
Lemonade? Absolutely. We have the pink kind too. Do you want the pink kind, or do you want? I think it's like a pink lemonade. Kind of tastes like strawberries. Or do you want the regular
Pink would
lemonade?
be perfect, and it matches your outfit.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay. Let me get you the pink lemonade, and she'll walk over to you, Prior, to go greet you and say, "Hi, can I love your outfit? By the way, the pink is so gorgeous."
Thank you. Functional and stylish. A coffee would be fine. Black. Sorry, in my manners, yes. Prior. That's all you need to refer to me by. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tala. And he will offer a hand.
She shakes your hand, takes it when you offer it, and says, "Absolutely, Prior, I'll be sure to get you that black coffee. You sure you don't want any sugar in it? Nothing? No creamer? No milk? Honey? Just black?"
Just black's fine with me.
That's how the director likes it too. I think you'd get along well with him.
I'm actually acquainted with Abraham.
Oh, you know Abe. Oh, that's great to know. Right, I forgot you all met him before. She kind of like does like a little gesture of her hand and says, right. I always go for my employer. I don't talk to the director much myself. I just know a lot about him because my employer's always talking about him.
Abe. I like that. Rolls off the tongue. Suits him.
Doesn't it? Oh, it's so cute how he gets about when talking about the director.
Well, I'm sure me and him will get along quite well. I'm quite fond of Abe. He's a little rough around the edges, but big softy once you get to know him.
Isn't he? No, it's from what I've heard. Oh,
sorry, not to cut you off, but is your employer responsible for these fashion designs?
Oh, he handles some of the fashion. A lot of it is the other artists who are in the office too. It's there's a lot of us here. I do some of the fashion myself. He does a lot of the fashion.
You do some of the fashion.
Oh yes, no, the dress over there was mine actually.
Can I make a craft roll to determine the craftsmanship?
Absolutely, you can make me an understanding craft roll.
That specialty is not going to apply, so...
5 successes.
Hand-stitched? I really like how you... Fascinating. Really good use of material mix. Functional, stylish, that's definitely going to hold together well, and you can't even see you have a talent.
Oh, thank you. And yes, with 5 successes prior, you can tell this is incredibly well made. Handcrafted. It's clear Tala, who did this, spent a great deal of work on it. And she just smiles and says, "Oh, thank you so much. I worked very, very hard on it. I hope to keep improving."
The only way to learn is to try. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can tell that your employer has good taste in employees.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that a ton. But yes, I will get you that black coffee, just like how Abe likes it. And you must be Merru. I have heard so much about you. How are you doing, Merru?
Merru is quite confused. He just blinks a few times and he goes, I'm okay.
Don't worry about it at all. I know it might be really, really overwhelming. I was also really overwhelmed when I first stepped into the nests, so you're all good. Don't worry at all. What can I get you? Let me go get you something. Whatever you would like to. to drink, to have?
I don't need anything.
Are you sure? Are you sure you don't need anything at all? Anything. We have a big selection here. I can get you anything off the menu that you'd like. Just let me know. Anything at all. We got, like I said, coffee. We got tea. Oh, you know what we do have? Cause I remember my employer mentioned you used to love this when you were younger. The cream soda. We have some cream soda stocked just for you. We don't have enough for everyone, but we kept a little bit of cream soda just for you.
Huh? I don't.
Prior looks over. You like cream soda, Merru?
When I was like younger, I had it like once.
Fuck yeah.
I mostly drink. If I drink anything, it's water or I guess tea. But
If you want tea, you can have it, but trust me, the cream soda is really good, and he found the kind that you like. So don't worry, we got that one. Imported from District 23's back streets too. You know, it's pretty hard to get back in there, especially with everything going on right now.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Of course. Well, I'll grab it just in case, but if you're sure you don't gotta drink it. And she moves past you, Merru, skipping over to Kai and goes, and Kai, what can I get you? How can I help you?
Hello. I appreciate you asking. Sorry to, well, you seem to be handling for new guests very well.
Oh, thank you.
Would very much appreciate a hot chocolate. May I ask something?
Oh, yes, of course.
Why... you've mentioned that, I suppose Merru is very well known here, and Prior has had some, praises spoken of him. Why would you know about something that Merru liked when he was a kid?
Oh, that! My employer has talked a lot about Merru before, so, you know, I remember hearing that. We made sure to stock up on the things he likes beforehand as well. And he'll be here real soon. I think it's just about the time for him to get here.
Well, okay, I guess... I mean, it's gotta be someone... Okay, so I was just curious is all. But yes, a hot chocolate, nothing fancy, you know, whether you do, water or milk-based is perfectly fine.
Oh, don't worry, we do milk-based, and it's like the special kind. It's like the good milk, you know?
Thank you, I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's all good. And she kind of lowers her voice and says, is Merru okay, by the way? Like, I'm just a little worried. He seems a little out of it, you know? I just want to make sure he's all right. Is there anything we can do to help him get comfortable?
I think new... Kai's also lowering his voice. I think new surroundings can sometimes be a lot for him. He's been a bit quiet, but he's doing his best he can right now. I'm sure he'll liven up a bit soon.
Yeah, that is good to hear. I'm glad he'll be okay soon. Oh, right, but yes. I'm so sorry. Let me go get you all those drinks. I will be right back. And you all watch as she heads out of the room for a moment, leaving you all alone amongst yourselves. as she goes to grab the drinks.
Prior immediately turns to Merru and goes, "Who the fuck is this?"
I don't know. I think if I had known her, I would have said that I knew her.
She certainly is very excitable.
She seemed nice.
No, she did.
She knows about the back streets of District 23.
I don't know.
Obviously someone who...
The only thing that I can think of, and Merru, he pulls something out of his pocket, and it's a little business card, because he still has this. Because if I recall correctly, back during the wellness check, he was given a business card.
Oh, you remember that?
Yes, I've been thinking about it.
No, please continue. Please continue with what you were saying
And
before.
it had the name of an office, and it had the name of, I believe, this atelier.
It did indeed. It was the name of Magnet Office, which Stefano, known as Steph, belonged to, and it did have the name of Atelier Stella connected to it on the card.
So that's the only thing Merru can think of. He goes, the guy back at when we last were here gave me this in case I ever wanted to visit, I guess. And he's taking a look at it, and there's like a couple like old dried splatters of blood on it. But otherwise it just looks kind of worn because he's had it on his person. And he looks over to where Tala had left to, and then looks back down at the business card, and he goes, I will go ask her about it, actually. And if he may, can he go try and catch up to Tala?
Absolutely, you may. It's not hard to find her because of the click-clack of heels. She is walking with a tray containing the pink lemonade, the black coffee, the cream soda, and the hot chocolate. And you can see the whipped cream and the marshmallows that have been put into the hot chocolate as well. And she sees you and says, "Oh, Merru, this place is more employees only, but if you need anything, I can help you out. I'm actually walking back right now, so I can come with you."
Sorry, I just had a question for you.
Of course, what's up?
And Merru will hold up the business card, and he'll say, we were here one other time, months ago, and I was given this by someone named Stefano, and he mentioned that I think he was something about working with this place, and if he was working with this place and you're working here, then that means you may have known him, and I just wanted to say that I never meant for what happened to him to happen. I tried to help him after he got hit, and I don't even know if you knew him, but if you did, it's not much, but you can have this back if you want it.
Oh, you can see that the tray is shaking a bit in her hands for a moment, and there is a recognition in her eyes as she says, No, it's... You can keep the business card, Merru. I don't blame you for what happened to Stefano. Nor does my employer, nor does the director. If anything, I think they blame themselves more than anyone else.
Okay. I guess I'll keep it then. Is it bad if I ask if you knew him?
I
Well,
knew Steph, fairly well. I mean, he was working as a fixer. And I had worked together with him before, let's say. I'd been a fixer previously. Not any high level. I never made it beyond grade 9. But loss happens in our line of work. I mean, after I lost my parents to a distortion, I kind of set aside the fixer business for a while. You know, became a receptionist for a bit. Did some craftsmanship, dressmaking. Loss happens in our line of work, and Steph knew the sort of risks that he was taking on as a fixer. All of us do.
Right. Well. I see. I'm sorry then that you lost someone. Sorry, probably an awkward conversation. You're very good at your job, so for what it's worth, I think, from what I've seen.
I do appreciate that. It happened not long after my family and I had moved into the nest, so, you know, it just proves things happen everywhere. Nest, back streets, but I've made it out. I made it out okay. So yeah.
Right.
I don't know if you heard of the crying children or not. I don't know how many distortions you've heard of.
I don't know what that is.
It was a pretty bad distortion that happened. I had to pull in some pretty high level fixers to deal with it. But let's not dwell on that for now. Right?
Right.
Let's get back to the others. We've got the drinks here. We should go deliver them to everyone. And she takes a deep breath. And the smile returns to her face as she says, "It'll be all good, Merru. Don't worry. But yes, let's go bring these drinks on over. Right, do you want to take your cream soda now? I know you said you weren't really in the mood, but...
No. I'm okay. Thank you.
Alright, well, I'll hold on to it just in case. And she'll walk back into the room, making sure you're coming with her, looking over a bit concerned.
Yeah, Merru follows.
Absolutely. And as she returns to the room, she holds up the tray and she says, "Here are your drinks, everyone." And she goes from one to the other, giving each of you your drink, which you can all enjoy.
Nice.
Yippee.
Yay.
Prior downs his black coffee.
I politely takes the hot chocolate. I don't know why I'm asking for specification. If it's in a paper cup, he'll grab it by the rim. If it's a mug, he'll grab it by the handle. He'll sip on it politely.
It is a fancy mug.
Ooh.
Miix will elegantly drink her lemonade.
Absolutely. The lemonade's in one of those fancy little cocktail glasses, while the coffee and the hot chocolate are both in fancy mugs. And Tala will sort of just clap her hands together once she set the tray down and will say, right, so, oh, he should be here soon. I'm so bad at entertaining people. And as she looks up, and you all can see the hand is about precisely a minute from the meeting time, you all hear the door open and a little jingle play. And she brightens up and says, oh, he's here. And this is where we will cut to intermission. We'll return in 15 minutes, and I hope you are all excited for the second half of the session. Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of the session. And the managers headed to the location they were given in V Corp's nest. They traveled along, having a couple of conversations amongst themselves, until they reached Atelier Stella, where they were greeted by Tala. And as the little jingle on the door plays, Tala spins about and with a smile says, oh, he's here. And you all see this man enter the room. He's dressed in the garb of the Hana Association. He has long blue hair that is tied back and falls down his back. You all notice that he does not seem to be carrying any weapons in his hands, and there is a polite smile on his face. He almost seems to sparkle when he walks, and the little earring that dangles from one of his ears, you all recognize as an ego gift. You don't recognize the abnormality. I will not give you a check because none of you have ever interacted with this abnormality before, but the four of you are L Corp agents, and you all know ego when you see it. And the moment he enters the room, he is not looking at any of you except for Merru, as he rushes forward and he says, it's really you, Merru, my dear Merru, it is so wonderful to see you. I've missed you terribly, and
Meru's eyes are wide as he looks this person up and down, and he just goes, you.
Yes, Merru, it's me. You do remember me, right?
Jackson?
His eyes light up when he hears his name and says, hello, my dear. It has been far, far too long. I know you must have missed me. You must have been looking everywhere for me.
Merru just has an absolutely incredulous look on his face. He is so confused. And his eyebrows are furrowed. And his eyes just keep like searching around, like he's trying to figure out what exactly is happening. And I don't think he replies.
Jackson's sparkles seem to dim a little. The smile does not fade, but the glow in his eyes does as he goes, Merru, is everything all right? Are you not happy to see me? I know it's been a while. I hope you know that I truly am sorry it took so long for us to find each other again. It was never my intention to be separated from you for so long. I wasn't happy about what happened either.
And I think he's hearing what he's saying, but it's not 100% reaching him. As there's another long pause before he just kind of goes, Am I awake right now?
Awake? Very much so, dear. And he reaches out to sort of gently pet you on the head for a moment, Merru, just giving your hair a quick ruffle before he withdraws his hand, even though he looks like he wants to let it linger. I can assure you that you are certainly not in a dream.
But, Jackson, so you're alive?
No. Quite. Yes. Did you... Oh, I understand. You must have been so worried about me, weren't you? I tried so hard to make it so you'd be able to find me. Perhaps even that wasn't enough. I'm so sorry that I worried you, Merru, but I'm here now, and...
No. It's not that.
No?
And Merru, he gives a glance over at the other managers. They can see how confused he looks. As he's thinking about everything that's been happening lately, and kind of trails off.
Jackson sees where you're looking, Merru, and then goes, yes, you're certainly right, my dear. I would love nothing more than to properly catch up and clear the air, but it would be quite rude to leave the Atelier's other guests hanging like this. Don't worry. Just take a moment to take some deep breaths and relax a bit while I introduce myself to your, a little group, I suppose I should call them.
That wasn't what Merru was going for, but he's not gonna say no. So he just kind of goes, okay.
Wonderful. And Jackson sort of straightens up a bit, and he approaches the three of you, clearing his throat, as he says, "Hello there. So sorry to have made you wait. I hope you can understand that my reunion with Merru has been many years in the making. So I'm just a tiny little bit excited, you see. But allow me to introduce myself in case you don't know who I am. Jackson. I am a Hana Association South Section 2 Grade 1 Fixer. The rising star of the Hana, aka Fixer's Monthly February 984 Editions number 1 Best and Brightest New Gen Fixer, aka one of the city's voted most eligible bachelors. But you can just call me Jackson. Anyone who's good to Merru will certainly become a friend of mine, so it is a pleasure to finally get a chance to speak with you all. Truly."
Prior strides forward and offers this man his hand. Prior, I once upon a time would have said I had even close to as impressive of titles, but I would be fooling myself nowadays to say that I have anything that compares to yours. Jackson. Merru showed me your clubhouse. You seem to have done good work, and it seems you've come very far from the cesspit of 23. It's an honor to meet you.
Jackson flashes a smile at you, Prior, and holds out a hand. You're not sure if he actually sparkled for a second there, or if the lighting above him just reflected off of the gold trim of his uniform in a certain way. His smile is perfect and practiced, and he says, "Oh, I know much about you, Mr. Prior. You know, I'm a little surprised that Merru showed you around the old watch house. But yes, no, I certainly did climb very high out of the... How did you put our home district? The cesspit that was District 23?
What other word would you use to describe those back streets? Filthy, rotten, filled with the dead and soon to be dying. It's a miracle any of us made it out. Lucky you did.
And it is. I am quite fortunate to have. And, of course, my dear Merru was a shining star amongst those back streets.
I wouldn't doubt it for a minute. In my time of knowing him, he has proven his use over and over again. But I think it was the right time for him to reconnect with someone from his past. He hasn't told me many stories about you, but, well, he once said that I reminded him of you, so I think that the two of us will get along quite well.
Oh, did he? Jackson, you can just see that the smile has not faltered, though the sparkles dim a bit, and he says, "Oh, well, I always do trust Merru's judge of character. Even if some of the company he keeps may be a bit surprising to me given our upbringing."
I know. Trust me, I know. But give me a chance. I've proven other people's opinion of me wrong before. I appreciate you being willing to meet on cordial terms, but please, I won't monopolize your time. Allow me to introduce, well, actually they can introduce themselves just as fine, but the rest of our merry little band.
And he looks to you. You first, Miix. If you would like to approach and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Miix will step forward.
Absolutely. You step forward, Miix, and he says, is it Miss Leonis or is it Miix? I don't want to assume which I should call you.
Miix twitches a little at that. And she says, "Miix is fine."
Miix is fine. Absolutely then, Miix. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And he holds out a hand to you.
He'll take it.
He shakes it, and you can tell that his handshake is firm. And he then turns to look to Kai, unless you have anything else to say to him, Miix.
No.
Absolutely. And Kai, do you speak to him first, or do you wait for him to greet you?
Jackson can speak first. Seems extroverted.
Absolutely. Then when he sees you, he says, And hi. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. And he holds out a hand to you.
Hello, Jackson. I reaches his, I'm gonna say, not big paw hand out to shake Jackson's, if that works. Since you said that's what I should call you. So, you're why Tala offered Merru cream soda.
Yes, that was me. I remember it was just Meru's favorite back in the back streets of District 23, so I had to be sure to get some for him. You know, we don't usually stock it, but I made sure we had some prepared.
That's so very sweet. That's very sweet of you. You know, I've heard bits and pieces about you, all positive, of course. I've only really known Merru for, gosh, I'd say it's been a bit less than, actually, it's been like 2 years, right? Sorry, that's an actual player question.
Yeah, it's been, despite the fact that longer has passed outside, it has only been about 2 years that you two have known each other due to the time shenanigans.
I've only known Merru for about 2 years now, personally, and I don't know how much you know about me, but, well, Merru has said that, like, he sees a bit of you in Prior, that he sees a bit of, a mutual friend of yours, Theo, in the way that I act. I take that as a compliment.
Oh, yes. Theo was one of our old friends back from District 23. And you do notice that two things, Kai, that I will give you. First of all, when you mentioned only knowing Merru for about 2 years, there is the briefest look of confusion on Jackson's face before it returns to his completely perfect poised expression. The second thing, when you mention Theo, can you make me an intuition insight check here?
Intuition insight, sure thing.
It is against a challenge 10.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Well, I might as well use a sin point here, but I'm not gonna make this.
0 successes.
Oh my god.
Any sort of hesitation you think you may have saw, you're pretty sure you imagined it. It looks like a man simply recollecting his childhood friends.
Right, but, though I've known him for a much shorter time than, you did or have, Merru means a lot to us, so it brings me a lot of joy to see, a longtime friend of his doing so well.
Well, I am always glad to see Merru doing well, and I, of course, trust his judgment in character, so it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance at last, Kai.
Yours too. Kai, I think, considers mentioning something about how Merru is doing, decides against it, and instead says, I think that you came at a time. And kind of gives his hand one final shake, as to punctuate that he's finished with whatever thought he's having.
He returns the handshake and says, well, I am glad I could show up when I did. And Prior, were you about to say something?
Yes, he does say, I'm very sorry, Mr. South Section 2, Grade 1, Rising Star, Fixers Monthly, February 984, edition number 1, best and brightest, one of the city's most eligible bachelors.
Voted most eligible bachelors, but please continue.
very sorry, my memory isn't what it used to be. I was going to say, you do have us at a bit of a disadvantage. You seem to know all of us as well as you know your old friend Merru, and, unless you, well, were in, how do you know us so well?
Oh, well, Mr. Prior, how do you think you got out of that bounty? Do you think you got out of it randomly?
Ah! Yorichi mentioned something of the like. I suppose you are our mysterious benefactor.
Ah, that I would be, and dear Yorichi, I am not surprised. She does like to talk despite her attitude. Did she not tell you it was me? I wasn't keeping it a secret. She does tend to be like that. And you can kind of see him hiding his face behind his hair for a moment before he looks back to you, Prior, with a smile.
Oh, she's an absolute darling, though. I'm glad we were able to patch up our relationship with her after everything. It was strictly business, of course.
Well, that is certainly a way to describe Yorichi, yes.
Prior's a company man. He can sense when there's tension between coworkers, but because he loves drama, but he is... I'm sure Jackson can pick up that Prior looks like he really wants to keep digging and poking at whatever that drama is, but he does make an active effort to just nod his head and go, well, it's not my place to pry, but, I appreciate you taking us out of that bad situation. It was all a big misunderstanding. We were later able to patch up our relationship with L Corp, but you saved us a lot of time of being pursued across the city.
Well, that is quite good to hear, as I would not want my dear Merru to be having to deal with that hassle.
No, I can't imagine any of us would want Merru to have to deal with that, let alone Merru.
That's right, isn't it? And I should say, I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting for even longer after coming all this way, but I think perhaps there is just a little something I need to square away with Merru here. And he rests a hand on Meru's shoulder. This will only be a moment. And, Tala, can you be a dear and keep our guests occupied for a few minutes so I can speak with Merru in private?
Well, assuming Meru's all good with that, right, Merru?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Hey, then whisk away.
Oh, wonderful. And Jackson will gently, unless you resist Merru, place a hand on your shoulder to steer you away into one of the side rooms.
No, he won't resist. I mean, he's just confused, so he'll let it happen.
Absolutely. You all watch as Jackson and Merru exit. And you are all left with Tala, who says, well, I'm so glad you all got to meet my employer. I'm sure they'll be back soon. Jackson's very excited to see him.
A very spirited man.
Isn't he?
Not that I'm doubting that he's telling us the truth, but that's quite the list of accomplishments for a man his age. He must be quite the local celebrity.
Oh, he is. He's always getting stopped by adoring fans. You know, he keeps his little fixer pins on him just in case, because the kids love them. Oh, it's, sometimes you have to tell people to settle down a little because they get a little too excited about being in his presence, but he loves his fans, and he's been so good to all of us here.
Well, I'm glad he's found success in life. So he's been searching for Merru for quite a while then.
He has. I know he's been wanting to get to speak to Merru sooner, and you didn't hear it from me, apparently the director's been on his ass a little about the creed of the Hana, and that he needs to stay focused with his work. So I know he's just been jumping at this chance to get to see Merru again. I think he was hoping Merru would come to find him.
Well, I think that would have been a little difficult, but that's not for me to say. I suppose Merru will get along to it himself eventually. But on the topic, are Abe and Jackson close?
Oh, they're quite close. You know, they work together in the same section and all. The director is always having to clean up some of his... Well, I shouldn't be saying all this, but you know.
Oh, come on. Tala.
Oh, okay.
We're friends of Merru, and Jackson said it himself. Any friend of Merru is a friend of his.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I was gonna say Tala's a challenge 2 to persuade with 8 successes. Her eyes light up and she says, okay. I can share some stuff. It's not confidential, so I can share it.
It's not.
But, okay. So, the K Corp, I call it the K Corp fiasco. I heard a little bit about it just from what everyone was saying and sharing. Apparently, Abe got a little angry about, my employer's direct interference there. The Hana wasn't too pleased. There was some paperwork. Also, he was having to deal with Yoriichi constantly complaining about that cheater. So there's all of that. She feels so bad for Evelyn, as do I. She's got to dump his ass already, you know? You know what I'm saying? I don't know why.
They're still together?
They are. They are.
Why doesn't Yoriichi talk to her?
Well, Yoriichi, I think, has a little crush on Evelyn.
No way.
Oh,
No
yeah,
fucking way. Prior pulls a chair and sits down with his arms folded under his chin.
Yeah. I think Yoriichi's got a little crush. Now, I'm hearing this all from Yomi, who's been stopping by a little bit to, tell me what's been going on, right? So I've heard all of this from Yomi, so you gotta take Yomi as your source here. But Yomi's got some of the good drama. Oh my gosh, also, I've heard apparently there's some things happening. You worked with John, didn't you?
Yes, John.
Yes,
I
remember
know John quite well.
There's rumors, Yomi, saying she and this she-woman have apparently been seeing each other on the side. That's all I can say. I don't know for sure.
The cheating? The cheating she-woman?
No, not the cheating she-woman. Not the cheating she-woman.
Oh my god, I was like, no way, John. Okay. Oh, I was about to be like, John, what are you doing?
No, John would never. John is a sweetheart. That said, questionable taste in women, but, I'm just here. This is just the rumor mill. Apparently, she's very tall. She's very tall.
Very tall. Okay, I'll file that one away. Yeah, no, Yomi seems like a good young man, honestly. I've only had an opportunity to fight him once, but put up a good fight. Put up definitely a good fight for someone his age. Give him a couple more years and he's got potential.
Oh, no, I agree. He really does have a lot of potential, doesn't he? I know that Yoriichi was not too pleased about everything that happened with, K Corp was that utter fiasco. J Corp. I'm getting my corps confused, but wasn't all too pleased about that stuff. But she hasn't mentioned trying to kill you all in a little bit. So I think that's a plus. I think that's a positive. it's not like she was gonna kill you anyway. I mean, unless she got another contract. But like, I don't think that should be a concern. Well, probably.
All's fair in love and war, right?
Yeah. But no, she probably will get another contract.
right,
but
good.
Gosh, what else is happening? And Tala just starts going off about, you're hearing about fixers you've never heard of before. You're hearing all the messy relationship drama happening with them.
Prior's trying to commit as much to it. I mean, Prior's got a sharp memory, so this is no problem. And poor Miix and Kai are just forced there as Prior and Tala quickly become best friends.
Yep. But as you two are talking, unless any of you have anything else to say to each other or to Tala, she's just gonna keep gossiping with Prior. She's having so much fun.
No, this is wildly interesting, actually. The hot cocoa has been finished absolutely by now. Just listening to this, this back and forth. Not that he knows any of these names, but this is good gossip.
Absolutely. And as you're all listening in, I'll say, in the side room, Merru.
Yes.
Jackson has pulled you aside to one of the employees' only areas. And once you both are out of earshot of the others, he says, hello again. Is everything all right, my dear Merru? You look stressed out. Have you been sleeping? And he hovers over you, looking as if he wants to approach, to touch you, to hold on to you and not let you go this time.
I think Merru is quiet for a little bit, and thinking about the amount of people who have asked him probably the same question. I think this time he'll slowly kind of shake his head, especially because he's still so, he's so confused. And I think he'll just go, no, not really.
Oh, well, that won't do. Do you take sleeping medication, or?
No. It's, and he'll point to the top of his head and he goes, my, prosthetics, the wires and augments and stuff, wake me up a lot, and, other stuff has been going on.
Right. I never got a chance to see you properly after you recovered, now, did I? It's certainly not what I expected. But it's no problem. Nothing an upgrade won't fix. And I have the on to afford any upgrade you would like.
And he looks a bit unsure at that. Mostly just because as much as he knows his prosthetics aren't great, he's not sure if he wants an upgrade, like if he thinks it's really worth it. So I think he just kind of gives a bit of like a non-committal reply. He just kind of goes like,
Oh dear, did I say something wrong?
I just, finally look up at Jackson again, and he just goes, I don't understand what's going on.
Don't understand? Is it about why it took so long for me to find you? Because I can assure you that was absolutely not my intention. I can promise you that. And Merru, at this, Jackson will lean in, if you let him, and cup your face in his hands.
Okay.
And he will say, I went back to our hometown multiple times. I checked every single fixer database that I have the legal access to at my job. And I don't mean to ramble. I just don't want you to think I simply, ditched you, to put it simply.
Merru, I think he instinctively started to relax a little bit. Still not really super focused, but I think when he hears that part, he blinks a few times, because that's not what he was talking about again. And he just goes, ditched?
Yes. Ditched. Left behind. Forgot about. What I mean is that I swear that I did none of those things.
No. Jackson, I don't mean, I thought you, V, and it's hard for him to even say Vienna's name. So instead he just goes, my sister, she told me you were dead.
Dead? And his hands do fall from your face, Merru, and there is a look of surprise in his eyes at that.
And Merru nods, and one of his hands fiddles a little bit with the collar of Magic Bullet, and briefly his pendant is underneath his the Magic Bullet coat right now, and I think briefly he'll feel where the pendant is before lowering his hand, and he'll just go, when I first woke up from recovery, she told me you were gone, that you had died. I found your old book with blood on it.
What? Jackson shakes his head and says, No, Merru, that was not true. I told your sister before I had to leave that I was coming back. She was the one who... And you watch as he takes a deep breath and regains his composure. I visited you when you were still a bit, out of it after your procedure. I told Vienna that I had no choice but to leave. If I didn't leave then none of us may have gotten the chance to get to the nest anytime soon. And I know how desperate you were to have things get better again. She was quite mad at me, but I expected her to tell you, at worst, that I had left you behind. Which is why I had been planning for a perfect reunion, where I could show you that she was misinformed, not that I had just died.
Vienna, she lied to me? That's what you're trying to tell me?
Perhaps. I'm sure she had her reasons. Some misguided act of protection, I bet. But I'm sure we can smooth that all out another time.
If Merru's understanding what Jackson means, Merru will frown at that, because there is no chance to do that now. But I don't think he says anything about that. Yeah, I don't think he can, frankly. So I think he just kind of... He just frowns a little more, and lets out a little sigh.
I am so sorry, though, Merru. That was a horrible lie to be told. Especially for so long. But I promise you, Merru. And at this, he moves forward. And he takes your hand, Merru. Your flesh one, not the one of metal. He gently moves it to hover over his chest where his heart pumps. I am alive. I am well. And I have wanted to see you again every day since we were separated.
Merru is quiet for a minute, as he stares at his hand. He's trying to, his brain is trying to process all of this. He, of course, doesn't try to pull away or anything. Definitely not. And I think he's trying to just keep himself calm and steady. But still seems a little off, for sure.
Jackson lowers your hand from his chest, but continues to hold it, and seeing this, Merru, he gives it a soft squeeze. Do you believe me? If not, I can show you proof. I document everything. I've mentioned you in some interviews that got published, but not by name, of course, for your safety. I never want to endanger you, my dear Merru. Back in my office room, I have some things as well that I could show you. I really do hope you can believe me, and forgive me for the indirect stress I've caused you, my dear Merru. I never wanted to hurt you.
No, I believe you. I just,
And he tilts his head to the side.
I think Merru will, he'll swallow, and squeeze Jackson's hand once, and not saying that he was necessarily being dishonest earlier, because he really was trying his best earlier. I think at his most open right now, he will quietly just say, this doesn't feel real, because I think he's, in his mind, he's still not sure if this is actually what's happening, or if this is just another one of those worlds.
Yes, I'm sure it doesn't. This must be a whirlwind for you. Do you still remember what I always told you, my dear Merru?
Mindfulness, focus, and steady breathing can help you overcome any stresses of the mind.
Precisely, my dear. At this, he smiles and he lifts his hand, not holding yours, to rest a hand on your head, giving the prosthetic horns a little twist, not enough so to mess with them, but just enough to cause them to tingle. I'm so glad you remember. The power of a good memory is certainly a sort of untapped potential for most people.
I think hearing that, Merru actually, for a brief moment, it sounds familiar, but he can't recall right now where he heard that from. But I think, well, first you see the horns on his head light up like dimly, like twice, and then he just kind of goes, I think I've heard something like that before.
Oh? His eyes alight at this, and he leans in a bit. He brings his hand down from your horns to absentmindedly run his fingers through your hair. Perhaps you have. It's quite a real thing, and well, I could get into it all, but I can see that dear Tala may need to take her 15 a little early today. She's been just as anxious as I was in planning all of this. She was very excited for it all too after I told her about it, and I'm sorry that our reunion didn't turn out the way I had hoped, but I'm glad we could clear this up at least, and are you sure you're okay, my dear Merru?
Merru thinks about it. And he's not entirely sure, but I think he stares down to his hand again, and he still doesn't really understand the whole thing with Vienna having lied to him and everything, frankly, but I think he does feel a little calmer than he did when they first arrived here. So I think he will slowly nod and just go, I'm fine.
Jackson gives your hand one last gentle squeeze. He pats you on the head, and then with great reluctance, he lifts his hands from you. As he says, well, all right. Let's go then. We can talk more soon.
Yeah.
All right then. And he will turn, Merru, to lead you back to the rest of them, if you will follow him.
Yeah, of course he does.
Absolutely. Jackson is resting a hand on your shoulder, however, as if he's worried you might fall over at any moment. And as you all enter back into the Atelier, I imagine Tala and Prior are in the middle of their gossip session still.
Absolutely. Prior's taken out like a page of his notebook and he is like scrolling together like a relationship chart to like for later when Merru gets back to explain everything he missed. And with his hands on his chin, he goes, okay, I think I get it now. Wow. Tala, I can't thank you enough. This was driving me crazy. You just can't get the same information by trying to piece it together yourself.
Well, I am happy to have helped, and Tala sort of freezes as she suddenly notices Jackson's presence there, and she says, Jackson, how long have you been listening in? And he looks to Tala and he says, well, my dear Tala, I've just returned with Merru. Is there a reason you're concerned? And she just sort of shakes her head and says, no, not at all. I definitely wasn't sharing any of the juicy gossip around the office. And he just goes, well, my dear Tala, we will talk later about office policies that you may need to be, shall we say, freshened up on. And she kind of looks away a little embarrassed as he strides forward and he says, right, well, I suppose I shall give you all a tour of the workshop if you would like to see the new lines of fixer gear we're working on here and our goals for expansion with the place.
That sounds absolutely lovely, Jackson. Tala, and he walks up and he takes Tala's hand and gives it a very gentle shake and he just goes, it was such a pleasure getting to speak with you. It was an honor. I hope that I get a chance to see you again in the future.
As do I. Wait. Here. She writes down her number on like a napkin and says, can you also give it to the cute one with the horn? Not Merru, that's Jackson's, but like the lady over there.
Prior thinks for a minute, like he takes it and he's about to go, yeah, and then he goes, what? And then he stops himself and he goes, yes, of course I will. I'll make sure everyone gets your contact information, Tala. And he smiles and slips in his back pocket. He turns to Jackson with a smile and goes, "You really know how to pick a good employee."
Yes. Dear Tala is very excitable and very skilled at craftsmanship, and she can be quite engaging. But now, Tala, I do believe you have some business to take care of, do you not? And she goes, right, bye, nice to meet you all, call me, and she blows Miix a kiss as she skips off.
Prior looks at the number once, like memorizes it instantly, and then hands the napkin off to Miix.
Miix takes it and will put it in her pocket.
Absolutely. And will you all follow Jackson through the Atelier?
Prior will.
Yeah.
He leads you all through and he says, here is some of the new gear that we are working on. And you all can see that there's a variety of weapons, there's a variety of gadgets. Prior, I believe you were the only one with craft in the party. But Miix, you are skilled with, I guess Miix is more hacking though, I believe, than... but Miix does have technology, so if Miix wants to make me understanding technology, and Prior, you want to make me an understanding craft roll.
Absolutely. Challenge 1.
6 successes and 4 successes. Miix, it's not so much technology based here. Not that it isn't, but it's more craftsmanship. You can see there's quite the collection, however, of gadgets, not really drones or anything of that like. More it seems to be some experimental weaponry that's displayed as you're going through. Prior, with 6 successes, you can see that there is the same thing that Miix can see with the weaponry. However, with the craftsmanship, you also notice while some of the fashion is clearly just for fashionable purposes, especially the outfits you see in the windows, you do notice that there seems to be a lot of function and fashion overlapped. It looks like they make quite a bit of fixer equipment here, and despite a lot of the material looking more light and delicate, it seems that it's surprisingly sturdy, much like your own ego that you have, despite its appearance. It seems like how the best way to put it is that some of the fashion here seems like it's on par with like, hey, ego gear.
Ooh, that is... Prior notes this and he lets out a low, sharp whistle. And he goes, "You're not selling grade 9 gear here, I see."
You know, we have quite the array of specialists in our office here, and I am a grade 1 Hana Association fixer after all. Now, Atelier Stella tends to employ those on the mid-range to lower grade, I will say. But we want to give those blossoming fixers a chance to grow and develop their skills. And it's quite impressive, especially for their station.
Prior doesn't really have much to disagree with on that as he inspects the craftsmanship quite closely. Oh, I can say that your workmanship is quite something. You know, it reminds me of some of the stuff my daughter makes. And trust me, that's a high compliment. My daughter is a genius.
Oh, you have a daughter?
Yes. She's just the sweetest little thing.
I see. I am sure that the daughter of a man like you would be. And the sparkles do dim a little, but the smile remains.
Well, if I compliment my daughter, I definitely have to compliment my son as well. Or they'll get me.
You have a son too.
Well, actually, you probably know him.
Right, I did hear there was tell of a big brother causing a ruckus in District 12.
Yes, actually, you probably recognize him as being about yay tall, and Prior has memorized the exact markings on the wall back at the office. But then he stops for a moment and he goes, you know what? We'll talk later, actually. It's not my place to say.
Jackson does blink at that. There's a moment where he is silent, and he goes, I see. Well, we shall definitely talk more on that later. After all, it was a bit, well, you know, activity of a big brother being where they shouldn't. And he does, you'll notice the thing that seems to have caught him off guard the most is you claiming that he would recognize, but he just sort of shakes his head, and he just goes, well, we'll talk more on that later, I am sure.
Prior just smiles and looks back at the gear, and in his head he's like, you know, I probably shouldn't identify my son. I probably shouldn't identify the big brother to the Hana Fixer right now, as he realizes that even though Jackson's extended an olive branch, Prior does need to make sure he's still taking care of his family.
Absolutely. I will say, Prior, you don't necessarily think this man will do anything bad to Berg. However, you don't know if giving Berg's name to the Hana, despite the fact they likely already know it, you don't know if it's the best idea.
May not be the greatest idea Prior's ever come up with.
And as Jackson continues to walk through and show off the place, unless any of you have any questions about any of the gear or any of the weaponry, you all also do say, I will say, one of the weapons that does jump out at you all, Merru, you in particular would recognize it. You see what looks like a prototype of the chainsaw gun that Stefano had.
Oh. Yeah, Merru will frown a little bit at that, but won't say anything. He does recognize it, though.
And as you all continue to walk along, is there anything you all would like to ask Jackson?
Oh, man. So much to talk to Jackson about. There's a moment of silence, and then out of nowhere, Prior does lean over and go, so, does Yorichi have a crush on Evelyn, or is that just Yomi speculating?
Jackson hears that. And he does actually let out a sigh and says, dear Tala must have been talking to you about the whole... I am not quite sure what to refer to their relationship troubles as. You know, I've known dear Yorichi for quite some time, and I've also known the young apprentice, shall we say, that she has decided to take under her wing. And Prior or this is extended to any of you who would like to make an insight check on Jackson. And he's going to actually make a roll. Let me just make this roll so you all know what challenge you're up against. One moment. It's gonna be 8 successes.
8 successes on an insight roll. All right. Prior can't meet that, but I'll try. Listen, spend affinity. I just have to get exactly 4 10s. No.
1 success. Would any of the rest of you like to make an insight check on this man?
Yeah.
1 success for Merru.
If it's a DC 8, I don't. Might as well use some sin. Yeah. So so that didn't work.
2 successes. Would Miix like to try as well, or?
No, Miix is not interested.
Absolutely. So with your low rolls, I will give you all this. Anyone with at least a dot of insight, which I believe is only Kai and Merru. No, Merru does not. Yeah, it's only Kai, because Miix is currently not interested. You can tell that he doesn't seem to be the biggest fan of Yoriichi or Yomi. However, he just smiles and he says, "Oh well, we're all fixers, trying to make a difference in the city."
Kai's eyebrows furrow a bit at the disingenuous tone he can see peeking through, but doesn't have any further to comment on. It's not like disliking someone makes you a bad person.
Prior, completely oblivious to it, nods his head and goes, "No, that makes perfect sense. You know, honestly, after the wellness checkup, I think me and Yoriichi really patched things over. Started a new page in our relationship. Her and Yomi are actually quite lovely individuals. I can see why Abraham trusts them so much. Or should I? Well, I wouldn't say I know Abraham well enough to use any nicknames, but I'm sure we'll get there. I mean, just a few more conversations. Being the director hit it off so well. He actually was the one who did my psychological evaluation, and, you know, we really got to know each other on a bit of a deeper level there."
Is that so? And Jackson, his smile has not fallen, but he does look to you, Prior, and he says, "Well, you know, it is quite rude to not refer to a director of the Hana Association by his proper title. If you are not among his association and his station, I did not think you and my director, my dear Abe, had any longer conversation than that psych evaluation that he got pulled into doing."
Oh, well. Prior doesn't smile, but he sort of looks Jackson over and goes, "Station. Oh, well, sorry, I didn't realize I was speaking to a thumb soldato. No, it's all right. I'm not actually implying you are. No, I think me and Abraham, he didn't refer to me by my titles. I didn't refer to him by his. I think there was a mutual respect there, you know. Of course, he is the director of the Hana, and who am I to presume what he thinks and feels, but, you know, unlikely friendships."
Ah, yes. Unlikely friendships. I do find it curious you think you know anything about my director. And as you said, you don't know how he thinks and feels. But wasn't he, he kind of tries to look to the utter three of you at this and says, "Oh, wasn't my dear Abe just the sweetest? He's such a little peach."
That is a word to describe him.
You
For sure.
seemed alright. Or like a very nice man. It seemed that Prior really got the most interaction with him of all of us.
Miix gives a polite nod as she plays with her lighter.
I am sure he did. Right. I am glad you all had the chance to meet my dear Abe. He's always working himself very hard, you know. And Jackson is trying to not look at Prior as he simply turns and says, but yes, the wellness check. You know, I knew Stefano from the wellness check. Steph even offered to keep an eye on you, Merru, during it.
Wait. Well, wait. Merru pauses for a second. He looks back over at the prototype weapon, which I guess now it makes sense. But then he looks at Jackson and he just goes, that you're who he was referring to?
Oh, did he refer to me? Yes.
Not, he was vague, I think, from what I remember. I thought he was talking about Mr. Abraham, but then he said no, I think, so I had no idea.
Oh, no, he's not talking about my dear Abe. He was talking about me, because we met back when I got my first fixer gig in Magnet office. You know, Steph was the one who set up Atelier, Stella, or I was the one who set up Atelier Stella and got them in a partnership with Stefano.
Oh. I guess that would make sense. So you were friends?
You could call us that, yes.
Oh. I see. And Merru doesn't want to get into the same conversation he got into with Tala in front of everyone else. So I think he'll just still looking at the prototype weapon, he'll go, he was nice. A little weird, but nice.
Yes. Steph was always a bit eccentric, shall we say, but he had such a brilliant mind. I do miss him dearly, but, my dear Merru, it is not your fault what happened. I was forced to lay low then, and not act out after the stunt I pulled regarding the bounty, and my fellow judges and I should have stopped that eternal corruption until it was too late.
Well, yeah. And Merru doesn't really have much to say, but he forces himself to look away from the weapon and just kind of nod along to what Jackson's saying.
Yes, let's not dwell on that, shall we? It is being handled, and you can entrust that the Hana Association will ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice.
Right.
Speaking of the perpetrators, Prior steps back into the scene, sort of comes up against Jackson's other shoulder and goes, "We actually might have a lead for you, and it's something that quite concerns us as well. The maestro, Artemisia, was stalking our footsteps, seemingly one step behind us every phase, and I've had a feeling, based on what I've heard, that she might have had something to do with all of that. What do you know about the Maestro, Artemisia? You said you and Director Abraham were investigating it?
Well, I am glad to see you using his proper title. And the Maestro is not something to concern yourself with. I assure you that my dear Director has it all handled and under control.
Prior is clearly thinking for a moment about what his next move is before he goes, I am sure you and Director Abraham have it all covered, but really, we've had several in fact, we have fought the Maestro ourselves. And he turns to get the others to nod and agree with him.
Yeah, terrifying stuff.
Yes,
You
quite something.
fought the Maestro, you say, and you are all in one piece? And alive?
Oh, more than that, we raided one of her boats, disrupted one of her art galleries, made off with some of her prized pieces of art. Really, I think thoroughly embarrassed her.
There is the sharpest glint in his eyes for a moment before he says, I see. Well, I can assure you that this issue is being handled. I am quite glad to hear that my dear Merru is safe after a confrontation with that Maestro, as there are not many cases of, shall we say, individuals running into her and being in one piece physically and or mentally, if alive at all.
Oh. Hey, of all the scuffles we've been in, that's one of the ones that Merru made it out of in the most one piece I see him often. I mean, he's a real fighter, definitely.
Well, yes, of
No,
course,
I
my
can
dear
see.
Merru is.
Yes. He sort of looks over at Merru and goes, "You should tell Jackson some of the stories of our adventures. I'm sure that he would love to hear about, what, if you were following up on K Corp, I'm sure he'd love to hear about the manor and the run-in with the equipment. Maybe not that one.
The what?
What's the story? Not my story to tell, really."
I see. And Jackson does go over and whispers to Merru, my dear Merru, are you sure you are all right?
I'm fine, yes. And Merru will put out his arms in front of him and turn them over a few times, and he goes, I'm in one piece, as was said.
But you are, and Jackson tightly grabs your hand that is not a prosthetic one, and holds it before turning back to Prior, and he says, well, once again, I assure you, my dear director has it all under control, so there is really no need for you to further concern yourself with this maestro business.
I really think that it is very much our concern, especially because she's made off with a bunch of technology that was in possession of the, well, I guess it was originally her tech, because it came from the ring and then it was stolen by another syndicate.
Yes.
The Thumb was also involved. She had members of the Thumb on her payroll. Quite frankly, I'm just saying Artemisia might be a bigger issue than you and the Hana fully understand. You know what? Maybe I should phone Abraham and explain this to him directly. But I just figured you could put in a good word for me, you know, before I make that call. You know.
I assure you, there is no need for you to call my director. He's quite busy enough as it is, so he does not need to be bothered with any calls of the sort. And I can assure you he is quite aware of the technology they have made off with and the connection with the Thumb.
Oh, well, I mean, I didn't realize how busy he was. I'll leave him a message then. I mean, he already left me his number, so I'll just leave him a contact and not bother you.
I see. I am so glad to know that my dear A provided you with his number just in case of an emergency and you needed the Hana's assistance.
Oh, how else would you have gotten in touch with dear Merru? I mean, he trusted me to let Merru know on your behalf.
Quite. And Jackson just gives a curt nod of his head. And Prior, regarding this Artemisia business, and this goes for all of you here, can you all make me, this time, he is getting, for this roll, -6 dice. It is a challenge 4.
Oh, I actually.
And can you all give me that? It would be an intuition or understanding insight. Or sorry, an intuition insight, not an understanding insight.
I am definitely gonna push again. Come on. Oh, so close.
3 successes. 1 success.
Oh!
7 success crit. Damn! Kai, would you also like to roll? And I will say that Merru and Prior, Jackson seems to fully believe that the situation is completely under control and that everything is handled. Kai, I don't know if you want to roll an insight intuition check.
Yeah, no, sorry, my brain, I'm like, I've been doing such bad rolls for this, I'm getting scared.
It's okay, you don't have to roll if you don't want to.
No, I'm gonna psychic myself. Bro, okay, wait, no, I can do that.
3
get it.
successes.
I could totally get that in
Oh.
theory possible. Yep,
Oh.
there we
4
go.
successes.
There we go.
I will say, with 4 successes, and then we'll do Miix last since you're getting bonus information. Kai, 4 successes. How do I put this? Jackson isn't afraid of Artemisia. He, however, does seem uncertain if Abraham, the Hana Director, is capable of handling Artemisia on his own. You can tell that the topic seems to be something that he is trying to skirt around, and that he is well aware of Artemisia's threat, is the best way to put it. Miix with 7 successes, you learn all that Kai has. In addition to this, you learn that it seems like Jackson, first of all, is clearly taking note of everything that Prior has said regarding Artemisia. It does seem he wasn't lying about knowing some of it. It looks like the L Corp information did come as a surprise to him. You also note that it really does seem, more so than Kai has picked up on, he not only fears that Abraham isn't able to handle this on his own, but he seems convinced that his director might try to make a move without consulting him first. It seems, the best way to put it is it seems like Jackson, and you would know, Miix, because you were back in the wellness check, and you did witness Abraham's reaction upon learning of the interference with the wellness check. It seems that Abraham has taken what Artemisia has done a bit personally, and Jackson seems concerned, bordering on afraid of what actions Abraham might end up taking. And that is all.
Gotcha. Miix will just keep that to herself. She doesn't want to... she doesn't want to lay out the guy's fears, especially when Prior's being as much of a jackass as he is.
Prior, blissfully oblivious to the fact that anything is wrong with his no insight, continues to torment this man.
And Jackson takes it all with a smile on his face, and all the sparkles dimming only slightly. And he does say, well, right. I suppose we shall all head outside so you can get a look at V Corp's nest. And would you all like to follow him outside?
Yes, sir.
I suppose so. We're getting at 4. Yippee.
Prior follows completely instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And as you all head outside to the nest, you step outside. Jackson's just kind of showing you all about, gesturing around, and you all hear the sound of footsteps running up as a group of Fixer fans approaches, and Jackson whirls around and says, one moment, everyone, as you can all already hear the choir of Jackson! Oh my gosh, is that Jackson himself? He was on the cover. He was on the cover of that magazine, wasn't he? And as they all run up to him, he goes up to his adoring fans and he says, it is lovely to meet all of you. I can take a moment to take some photos if any of you would like, but I do need to get going. I have very important business today, and it's probably about 3 to 5 minutes where you're all standing there as Jackson snaps some photos with the fans. A couple of them start to ask him questions, and I think, you know what, I'll say, Merru, you're not really skilled in this sense, but Miix, with your nestborn and wealthy family upbringing, Prior, with the fact that you were the head of a club and a big brother of one of the 5 fingers, and Kai, given your previous line of work, all of you are very good with people. You can tell he's trained. He's very, very much trained to handle crowds of people and adoring fans. And as they're all gathered about him, he says, I really must go now, but before I do, I have one for each of you. And they all cheer, kind of like squealing a bit as he pulls out his fixer pins. And you see these little diamond-shaped blue pins that he hands out to each of them. And one of the girls kind of like holds it close to her chest and she says, oh my God, I can't believe we met him. I can't believe we met Jackson himself. I'm gonna keep this forever. And one of the other girls starts pinning it to her outfit. as the one boy tucks it safely into his pocket. And Jackson says, I really must be going now. But it was lovely to meet all of you. Remember to keep moving forward and following that star. And they all run off like giddy. But you can see that they ran off, but then they kind of like hid behind a pillar to watch all of you as you're walking by. And Jackson turns back and says, terribly sorry about that. It probably won't just be this time that it happens.
You're very skilled at what you do.
I appreciate the compliment. I've had plenty of years, after all.
I love the design of your pins, too. Very, Prior doesn't know enough about fixers to, like, say... He doesn't want to lie, actually, because genuinely, Prior's been trying, and that's what makes this the most unfortunate possible. That he does look at it and he goes, I see that you're trying to incorporate some classic fixer design, but put your own spin on it. It's quaint. I like it.
Thank you. I am glad that it can come across as such. But let us continue. And Jackson is going to lead you all forward. He gets stopped once in a while. And as you're all walking, he does keep looking at you, Merru, sticking the closest to you, and says, Merru, I hope you're enjoying the place. You know, I've always wanted to get to walk around and nest with you.
Merru will glance over at the, there's a lot of water in this area. He didn't really take much of a look at it the first time they were here. And he really wasn't trying to this time either. But since Jackson mentioned it, he'll, just kind of take a look around and will slowly nod his head and just say, yeah, I guess so. It's, a nice day out, I guess.
It is, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous out. Oh, Merru, we're coming up on the cool new billboard that I have. Look, right there. And Jackson points. The rest of you can hear him. He's not being very quiet. But you can all see there is a billboard across the water, and Jackson's face is plastered on it with that bright smile.
Oh. And Merru will blink a few times as he stares at it. And he just kind of goes, that's a big billboard.
I know,
for sure.
Isn't it? I had hoped you might have seen my face around and had known that I made it and that I was coming back for you.
I don't, watch a lot of TV or anything like that. I didn't really get much of a chance to finish any of the magazines I may have started either. So I don't really look at a lot of that stuff.
Oh, well, that is quite all right. I can get you any issue of any Fixer magazine that you would like. Or any, DVDs you'd want. Remember back when we were growing up, we always had to find whatever we could scavenge, so it was always the older runs of them and the lesser known Fixers usually, or the bootleg copies of that one Red Mist bootleg copy. You remember that one, don't you? Well, I can get you any edition you would like.
And Merru does remember. And he's listening, and I think he looks at Jackson and he tries to think back to the, moments Jackson's talking about. And he does think about that, and it reminds him of how Misha always messed with the little gadgets, and I think he frowns again. And he goes, I remember that, yeah.
Wonderful. I'm so glad that you do. I know it's been such a long time. I mean, I've never forgotten, not once, not one day. I've been thinking about you, my dear Merru, and now we're here together in the nest.
Yeah, yeah, we are. And Merru will after pausing for a second, he'll kind of like nod his head like a few times. He's not upset about it. It's just he can't really get his mind off of everything. It's like every time he tries to focus, it's like he just kind of gets brought back.
Well, my dear Merru, what if I take a moment to speak with your friends, each of your friends? I've been wanting to get to know your, companions, friends, co-workers. I'm not quite sure how to refer to them.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to them, yeah, go ahead.
Wonderful. I will be right here, though, if you need me at all. And as you're all walking, Jackson does drop back a bit to talk to you, Miix. As you're all going through V Corp's streets, and he does say, Miix, was it, as you like to be referred to? I've heard a bit about the Leonis family.
I see.
You were a rather wealthy nestborn, from what I could gather.
She nods.
Well, it is a pleasure getting to meet you.
Miix looks over at Jackson and says, I am pleased to meet you as well.
Well,
I'm sorry, but I'm not good with meeting new people. I think there's is there I've just been so tired lately, and Miix like rubs her eyes. I've had a lot of work, you have to understand. Is there something that you'd like to learn? Is there anything I can help you with?
No, I simply wanted to approach you, given you've been traveling with my dear Merru. I, of course, understand. Working can be a lot. My dear director is always pushing himself to his limits, and my dear Merru was always very hardworking. And as a fixer, I know just how busy one can get.
Yeah, especially with everything that's happened, It's just, I haven't gotten a lot of sleep, so forgive me if my manners are lacking.
Yes, well, I, of course, understand. A full 8 hours of sleep tend to be needed.
So how'd you learn about me?
Jackson, hearing that, just sort of lets out a laugh and says, Miss Miix, I believe it was spoken about before, but I learned about you all through, shall we call it, the disruptions that occurred in K Corp? I can understand if you weren't paying attention then.
It's one thing to learn about me then, but you seem to have a little more knowledge on my family than I would have assumed.
Oh, well, I am a grade 1 Hana fixer, and I did have a mentor in the 7 Association who always emphasized how important information is to have. I mean, Who would I be if I didn't know of the Leonis family, after all?
You know, you can just call me Miss Leonis if you have to. If we're doing away with subtlety.
Miss Leonis, then? I thought you had discarded that name. Is there a reason you would prefer I call you such?
For your records? Miix chuckles.
He nods his head at that and says, "Ah, I see." And Miix, as you're speaking with him, you can feel a hand on your shoulder. That same hand. And there's a voice creeping in the back of your brainstem. Try and see through his deception. You know what he really is.
Miix just runs a hand through her hair and says, "You know, it's great that you care a lot about Merru.
Well, of course I do.
It's just a little... Look, I know that for the most part, you seem like a nice guy. In fact, I'm willing to bet you are a nice guy. I'm
I
sorry,
hope I would be.
I'm not a big fan of pleasantries, especially because I'm sorry, I've just been so stressed. Sometimes I forget what comes out of my mouth.
No,
Look.
no. I understand, of course. And Miix, even as you try to shake it off, you feel that hand trying to grip at you even more. And Miix, that smile is plastered on his face. Perfect. Poised. You would roll against a challenge 10. And you know you would succeed. When you look at him, you can see for a moment an ugliness that was always predetermined to be there. He knows your family. He's testing you. And he thinks you're less than him.
Jackson, can I ask you a question?
Of course, Miss Leonis.
You're a fixer. You're grade 1 fixer. I don't just think, I know you are someone who's been through a lot, who's done a lot to get to where you are, right? I know you're someone of a lot of influence and power. Grade 1 fixers are...
Well, you would be.
They're on a
correct.
different level. You know, I've always... And you seem like a decent fellow.
Well, I would hope I would.
You care about this city, right?
That I do, very much so.
So... What's the deal? I mean, are you just... You're just going with the flow, or... Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. It's just... It baffles me a little, because I feel like there's so many more things, so many more important things you could be doing. And it feels like, you know, everything I've seen and from what I've heard about you, You know, I want
Miss
to.
Leonis.
I want to say that you're a good person. I want to say you care about the city. I don't know. I don't understand. I guess I'm trying to connect the dots that of what you're trying to do here. I guess. So do you wanna? What's your goal? I guess.
Ah, my goal. Well, if you are referring to this meeting with all of you, it is to reunite with my dear Merru. I have been waiting to see him again. And if you're referring to my goal as a fixer, well, I can tell you that I am doing my best to change the city and chase these dreams of mine. You know, indeed, I actually... And Jackson is going to give you a little card mix. And it has a link
Takes the card.
to a site here. And he says, I have a list of all the accomplishments that I have done there. I have a list of ways that people can get involved and help their home districts themselves. I do my best to uplift smaller fixer offices when and where I can. My dear Merru always inspired me so much.
Oh my god, this is a real website. What the fuck? As out of character. Sorry. Oh my god.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry. Let me lock in. Was anything else? Was he gonna say anything else, or was that?
No, he simply smiles to you and says, Miss Leonis, I have done my best to help this city however I can. I've resolved distortions where possible, including the Mophead Maniac and the Endless Buffet Coupon. I have worked with the Hana Association in free, separate Star of the City contracts, at least, though there have been more and 2 pending post-takedown discussion. I spearheaded the District 22 Nest Cleanup Project after the crying children, which my dear Tala was affected by, she and her family, not long after they moved to the nest, in fact. I have been doing my best to make a change in the city.
Do you think that's enough, though? Is that... I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. I don't know what I'm saying. It's just it feels to me like you're just playing by the rules, you know? I don't know if that's...
Tell me something, Miss Leonis. Who do you think has the real power among the citizens of the city? Do you think it's syndicates or fixers?
Neither.
Ah, and that is the correct answer, Miss Leonis, as it is the wings. It is indeed neither the syndicates or the fixers. What I am doing is trying to spread the hope that my ideals will take hold in the minds of the people, who will one day be in control of the things I could not be. I plaster myself everywhere, not only because I wanted Merru to find me, but also because I want to stick in everyone's head. It wasn't my plan to have it be my face everywhere, but I had to make do without my dear Merru, my North Star, who I always thought made more sense to be pushed to the top.
But I don't know. I feel like you're not doing anything that the wings wouldn't want. I feel like there's a little more there.
And
I'm sorry.
Miss Leonis, What more would you like me to do? May I ask, Miss Leonis, what exactly you are doing?
I don't know yet. I don't have an answer.
Well,
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This was very disrespectful of me. I should be better than this. It's just, I think, if I may be so blunt and put aside pleasantries, if we may put aside pleasantries, Jackson, I disagree with you and your methods.
well, if we are putting aside pleasantries, may I call you Miix rather than Miss Leonis?
You can call me Kane.
Understood. Well, Kane, if you disagree with me and my methods, can you provide me with a better solution then? Can you provide me with what you would be doing instead?
Miix at that opens and closes her mouth a few times. She still has no answer to that question. And so she just says, I don't have an answer.
I see. Kane, in that case then, I would say perhaps you should find an answer before you criticize the methods of those of us who have been doing our best to make a change.
But you're not making a change. I apologize.
Am I not? Would you like to speak to the victims of the families of the distortions that have rampaged across the city? Would you like to speak to the individuals who I personally rescued from the distortion cases I have worked upon? Because I can get you in contact with them.
It's not enough. It's not enough. You're not actually changing the system. You're just playing by the systems. Miix is trying very hard to not speak her mind because she doesn't want to. She genuinely doesn't. It's not that she's like scared to speak her mind or that she's afraid of offending Jackson. It's just she's trying to do as she says, which is lock in and focus. And so she takes a deep breath and she says, I think that you are tackling not the problem. You're not attacking the source, and I think the source is far more important than the symptoms, in my opinion. But I cannot give you an answer. And I'm sorry. Again, I am being very rude. I'm forgetting my manners. I hope you'll forgive me. This isn't how Leonis should act.
I perhaps think it is better you are not acting as a Leonis should act, from what I have been told of your family. However, Kane, I will say, until you have a solution to offer of your own, I will stand by that I am doing what I can do to change this city. You will find it is very hard for one man, even one man as strong and influential as myself, to be able to change this city on his own. Perhaps my North Star could have done it. But in any case, I will refer you once again to the achievements that I have, and to the things that I have done. And I will ask you once more, Kane Leonis, what have you done for this city?
Jackson, I believe our conversation has run its course. Any further, and I fear I will say something I cannot take back.
Understood. Then we shall end it here, shall we not?
We shall.
Oh, and if you are looking to get involved, you can find some tips at least. And as he steps back, unless you have anything further to say to him, Jackson will start to move away, unless you have any final words for him before he does.
I don't think so, no.
Wonderful. Jackson will fall back towards you, Prior, and will say, Mr. Prior.
Mr. Jackson.
You don't need to address me so formally.
Jackson. Did you have a lovely discussion with Miix?
I was told she prefers the name Kane.
I'm told the director prefers it when you call him Abe, so everyone's got a different nickname for a different situation, right?
There's the slightest twitch of his eye before he says, right, precisely. Well, Mr. Prior.
Yes. Listen, I wanted to actually have a moment to discuss with you because I'm aware you're a busy man and there's many things happening. I was just actually, well, I know you can't tell me anything about Artemisia, classified information and all that, but you know, as a rovering group of, we're not legally fixers, but, you know, mercenaries as we are, I was just wondering if there's potentially some information you might be able to help us out with. There's a lot about the city that we've encountered that someone of your station might have significantly more understanding of than us.
Yes. I do have quite the wealth of information regarding the city, and anything to assist my dear Merru, I would be happy to provide.
I was just wondering, Prior sort of thinks for a minute, he goes, what? The last Prior's realizing with every moment of hesitation this gets worse before he just goes, A point of repeated conversations are the psychoments of old L Corp. We're wondering, what does the Hana have any interest in the Fallen Wing? We've heard they were up to quite a lot.
Yes, I imagine you've heard all about the Enkafilin Rush. Who hasn't in the city after all?
Exactly, everyone wants a piece of them. As you can imagine, I'm sure from looking at us, we've participated at one point in a small capacity. I'm sure a sharp man like you, our gear hasn't escaped your notice.
Yes. No, I did take note that you all were equipped with ego gear. I imagine you've also noted the gift I wear.
Uh-oh, he used the word gift. Was that intentional? Okay, he used the word gift.
He did use the word gift.
Oh boy, he knows the lingo.
Would you like to make an insight check, Prior?
Not with my dice against his, I don't think so. Prior's gonna have to take that with a grain of salt, and he's gonna have to go, oh, well, you were given it as a gift. That's, we had to scavenge our gear out of an old facility.
Ah, you even had to scavenge your gifts out of the facility?
Yes. Well, there were those horrible monsters lurking around down there, and some of them, you could talk to them. Kind of crazy, right? You think the head would deal with monsters roaming around underground, but yes, those things are out of the head's eyes and ears.
It is quite interesting, isn't it? The head, after all, has eyes and ears everywhere within the city's bounds.
As far as I'm aware, the Hana's is as dark. You don't have access to those, right? Of course not.
Oh? What don't we have access to?
The B Corp, right? I mean, they're like the exclusive allies of the head.
Ah, well, I'm afraid that's a little above my station. But I can guarantee the head does see and know all that happens. So it is
go against them is
peculiar.
foolish.
Oh?
Oh, I was just gonna say, to go against the head is quite foolish.
Quite. So it's peculiar that these seemingly non-human entities would be allowed to wander around even when confined, isn't it?
Quite strange. But, well, I suppose they're the singularity of old L Corp. Well, I guess not old. Do we still call this one old L Corp, or does the last L Corp still get the name old L Corp?
That is a good question. I believe usually people tend to say old L Corp, referring to the former L Corp before the Smoke War, but it would be old L Corp now.
How quickly the past is buried, eh?
Indeed.
Well. No, yes, we've scavenged a facility, and thankfully we made it out with our lives, and this gear, so things are, we are just wondering, with the Anchophelon rush picking up, if I think we're tapped out of all that, but...
Oh, may I ask when the last facility you raided was?
Oh, goodness, must have been forever and a half ago. I mean, once we got our gear, we were pretty much set. I mean, why keep diving, right? I mean, Anchophelon's valuable, but, well, the connections he almost says had, and then sort of says a have, and,
that is quite interesting, Mr. Prior, because I believe the last time I saw you, you were dressed in a different outfit.
That was out of character. Prior fucked up. Prior fucked up. Prior, no takesy backsies. Prior spins his wheels in his head for a moment. Oh, God.
And Jackson has moved closer to you, Prior. He is an inch shorter than you, but there is an intense look in his eyes as he almost seems to take up your personal space. And he is going to make an intuition insight check. And that was a challenge too, I believe.
Yep.
7 successes.
Prior was caught in a lie. He sees a way out that isn't a lie. All right, you got me. The web had an interest in the Ankafellan trade. We had someone working out of them, distributing gifts and other things. I perhaps might have been able to snag some new gear before the events in District 23.
Ah, yes, the events in District 23.
Yes, that's why my gear has changed. You caught me. You can forgive me. The web, I'm sure you're up to date on things.
And where was this facility?
I don't know. That was Shion's expertise, and unfortunately, she's no longer with us.
I see. And Shion is one of your...
No, wasn't one of mine, but she worked out of the web. We had a number of people there. The web was what I called my territory back when I was a big brother. I am, of course, a big brother. Prior's flustered. He's starting to make mistakes. It's very rare that Prior feels his pulse quicken like this. He's not the one doing this interrogation, and all at once he gets a feeling that he may have slightly misjudged Jackson's intentions.
A word of advice, Mr. Prior. And Jackson does lower his voice as he says, if your station has slipped, that perhaps is not some information you should be sharing so carelessly. And the Hana has observed the fact that a particular group of 4 tends to be going in and out of a fallen wing. I caution you for my dear Merru's sake.
Prior shuts his mouth. He does not trust himself to say a single other thing. He has been played thoroughly, and a stressed, angry line creases itself above his brow, but he does not speak, and he cannot stand being spoken down to. But he swallows his pride. He swallows his fear he's made an error, and he does not meet Jackson's eyes.
Well, I hope this could be a good talk for the both of us. And Jackson raises his voice, the smile back in full force, as he says, right, my dear Merru, look, Pang Pang is over here. Do you want a sandwich, Merru? They have very good sandwiches here. I tend to get my dear Abe one during his lunch breaks. He eats it about half the time.
I'm okay. I'm not really food's not something I'm super big on. If I am gonna eat something, I'll make it myself, I guess.
I know you always did enjoy cooking back then. I just want to make sure you're eating and taking care of yourself. And he does ruffle your hair a bit, Merru, if you let him.
Oh yeah, of course he lets him.
And with us... Oh.
Oh, I was just gonna say that when Jackson says that, Merru will nod his head. He knows that his situation with his meals is not exactly the same as it used to be. But he tries. So he will nod.
Well, Merru, there's also a wonderful milkshake place down the road. I keep trying to get my director to come with me, but he just won't go.
Oh, milkshakes?
Yes, the milkshake. So, maybe we could check that place out sometime. They're quite filling.
I don't know if I would be able to have all that.
Oh, we could always share one.
You'd probably be having most of it then.
Well, as long as you're having some of it. And Jackson, keeps walking, the sparkles only dimming for a moment. And as you all continue and keep going forward, he is going to, move back to approach you, Kai.
Kai presumes that Jackson has questions for him since he's been individually singling us out to speak to. So Kai will politely acknowledge him and
Absolutely.
open up, give the indication that Jackson is welcome to speak to him.
Jackson nods to you, Kai, and says, Kai, it is a pleasure to get to speak to you. A bit longer. I've spoken to your other companions. And I wanted a chance to get to greet you.
Of course. Sorry, I'm very happy to meet a good friend of Merru's. He's been a wonderful friend to me. I only feel a bit awkward, I suppose, because I know from what you've said that you know much more about me than I know about you. That's okay. I just... What can I do for you?
Well, I, just wanted to get to know better the man that reminds my dear Merru of our friend Theo. Bless her heart.
I don't know too much about her so much as her sense of humor seemed to be whatever struck that chord with Merru, but it meant a lot to me regardless. I hope that you had fond memories with her too.
Oh yes, quite fond ones.
So what did you want to know? What do you want exactly? I'm genuine. I don't mean to come off as suspicious because I am not. I trust someone who cares so much is not someone that I should have any reason to distrust unless proven otherwise. I just feel that any formalities can be dropped. You're a friend of a friend.
Ah, I see. I do agree. Kai, given our mutual friend, we can drop any formalities. I simply want to get to know Merru's current companions better. And Kai, would you like to make me an intuition insight check?
Yes, I hope I roll better this time.
Absolutely.
And what is the challenge here?
The challenge will be a
God,
challenge 12.
I'm cooked. Okay, actually that's
7
pretty good
successes.
for the amount that I have. I'm gonna willpower that one dice just to see. Okay, well, that's alright. 7's not as bad as alright.
You know what? Because it's a 7 success crit, you are struggling to read this man and his true intentions. But I will give you this for the crit, despite the failure. You notice that he has kept circling back to Merru this entire time you've all been walking, and that it seems like he keeps doing things that he thinks will make Merru happy and appease him. And Merru is the only one he has done this to. He has not bothered with the rest of you at all. You may draw whatever conclusions you wish from that information.
Kai, and in his opinion, anyone with any awareness at this point has long taken note from near the beginning that Jackson heavily favors Merru, and why wouldn't he? Makes perfect sense. But as he's continued to study this seemingly impermeable man's behavior, it has come off that Jackson is uneasy about them, suspicious of them, not trusting of them. Like, he doesn't see them in the same way that he sees Merru. That they got on his nerves somehow. He seemed to bristle a bit during Kai's introduction, and he saw his face twitch a bit when mentioning the sheaf fixers, and while speaking to Prior, seemed to be struggling more with that smile than he was before, though it did kind of seem like Prior was trying to push his buttons, so he isn't sure what to make of that. And his face dropping at Merru's behavior, even though he thinks that Jackson knows why Merru feels the way that he does about as well as all of them do. He's seen them have a couple of private conversations. Seems like Merru would speak to him about things. There's no way he's the only one who's noticed. This is a tough man to crack, but it seems like he is.
Absolutely, Kai. And do you say anything to him regarding any of this?
I appreciate the hospitality. I hope that the others have expressed that same gratitude. I know that we are not your first priority, and I personally don't mind that. If I can make things easier for you by being helpful in some way, shape, or form, to prove whatever it is that would make me worthy of being a protector of Merru that I have been for as long as I have been, or I guess a companion, please let me know what information I can try to be helpful. I, like I said, I've known him the least amount of time out of all of us, or I suppose I've only said that I've known him for 2 years.
Yes, I did take note of that fact. But I must say, I thank you for protecting and looking after my dear Merru and understanding how important he is to me. I hope that my hospitality has not been lacking at all. It is, of course, wonderful to meet his current companions, and I thank you, Kai, for keeping my dear Merru safe.
Mr. DM, can I ask, the other conversations, while I presume that not every word was eavesdropped on, but could any of it be heard? Like, does Kai know that Jackson was asking after the ego or anything like that? Or is this completely, like, not?
I imagine you could hear a little bit of him asking about the ego.
Okay, well, in that case, right, well, so you had questions for Prior about his clothing. Did you? I don't know quite as much about mine, but I can at least explain how I got it, if that's of any use to you, or what it does.
Yes, please do. I would absolutely love to hear the capabilities and the acquirement of your ego gear, Kai. I should have asked Kane about it, but, well, I don't know if she wants me to approach her again.
Kai, glances over at Miix and back to Jackson. I don't know exactly what went on between the two of you, but perhaps that is for the best. And, I feel like I should flip a coin. How trustworthy does Jackson come off as to Kai? Because the thing is, he already knows everything about them. I'm kind of leaning towards Kai He's not the sneaky type that Prior is, I suppose. I don't think that he planned on lying. He doesn't have as much information as the rest of them, so why not just give what he does?
However much you decide to trust Jackson is your own choice.
Great. Well, I'm leaning towards Kai trusting Jackson, based off of at least Merru's good taste. Well, this, you seem to know that it's called ego gear. I've found that a lot of people that haven't been to any of the fallen facilities don't fully understand what this stuff is, but it seems that you do. This came from you know what abnormalities are. This one is a wolf, if you can surmise. I was...
wolf abnormality. Please continue.
I before was in a different set of gear that looked a bit more like a teddy bear, and I used myself as a chew toy, and I was mauled by this wolf, and I suppose I got this skin as an apology of sorts.
I see. So you were mauled by a wolf, and you previously had the ego of a teddy bear. I wasn't aware of that fact. I never saw you walking around with a previous ego gear.
It was quite some time ago, and I'm not all the best at time. You seemed confused at my having only known Merru for 2 years, but quite frankly, I don't. Anyway, that's kind of unrelated.
No, please. I would love to hear all about the details between your and Merru's meeting one another.
The other two knew him, before. He sort of already, was established as, I suppose a power figure. And I am more so the, I try to be helpful, and, you know, when we go out to the city, I try to be a good friend to Merru and the other, but I believe I mean, you can see the scars all over this gear, and I have plenty more underneath it, too. I'm quite horribly marred. That's a weird thing to say.
No, not at all. It happens in lines of work such as these, but you said when we go out into the city, and you mentioned these positions of power. Do you mean in your mercenary group?
Yes, I suppose so. You know, I know that I stand, alongside the other three as a companion, but more so that they've been at it for much longer than I have. You know, self-managing, I suppose.
And how did you all meet? I have been wondering that for quite some time. I just never expected Merru to be traveling around with a big brother. You can understand the surprise. For that matter, also with an heir from the Leonis family.
It is odd, isn't it? I wish I could tell you exactly how those three met, and maybe one of them could shed more light on it. I don't even know exactly how, I've known Prior for quite some time, and I, do not know what happened to him in the years between, this mercenary group and when he was a big brother. Or is a big brother. It had been... I might not be the person to come to for the origin story of this group. I apologize for any lacking information.
Oh no, you have shared more than enough, Kai. I suppose I will have to speak with Merru at some point of how you all met.
Well, I'm glad to have been of help then. Just Jackson? Jackson.
Yes, just Jackson. You don't need to bother with the full titles or anything like that, Kai.
I hope to learn more about you in the future, but I understand if, we are in something of a hurry, or...
Yes. Well, I suppose, you know, I would talk to Kane about the eagle, but as I said before, and Miix, you can feel Jackson's eyes on you for a moment.
Miix's tail swishes, but there's no other response.
Jackson just sort of nods his head and says, well, wonderful speaking with you, Kai.
It's a nice pleasure to make your acquaintance, Jackson. Kai will nod at him as he, disperses.
And he has already turned to hurry back to Merru's side. And he goes, Ah, my dear Merru. Oh, this building right here. They have fixer trading cards. Did you know that, Merru? The red mist one sells for crazy amounts of on. I even have some cards myself. I kept them in pristine condition, just for you.
Oh, trading cards?
Yes, fixer trading cards.
Oh, that's, interesting. I remember how, what was it? Some of the kids on the street. I remember some of them liked them. I never could find them.
Yes, no, they did like them. But I can get you any cards you want, Merru. We can go into the shop if you'd like.
Oh, no, I don't need any cards.
I see. And you all see as, Jackson stops walking for a moment and turns to the three of you and says, I deeply apologize for doing this once again, but do the three of you mind if I just snatch Merru away for one more quick moment? We'll be just right over there off to the side, so we won't really be going anywhere. And before any of you can reply, he's put an arm around Merru's shoulders and whirled around and says, all right, wonderful, thank you. And he starts to leave with Merru.
Well,
What a charming personality.
And Merru, he pulls you off to where the other managers can still see you, but far enough away to where they have privacy to talk in private. And Jackson looks to you and says, Merru, are you sure everything is okay? I know, I understand what we spoke about earlier, but I just am a little perplexed right now.
Oh, I told you that I'm fine.
I know that, but are you absolutely 110% super sure?
Merru will look away. I mean, he had said at the end of the last conversation that he was starting to feel better, but it's just been so difficult to snap back into it. Even with being told that this is he's awake, he's Jackson's here, it's just it feels like it's moving too fast for him.
Jackson steps closer to you, Merru. Please, talk to me. That lot, your group there, they, are they treating you fine? Are you happy with them? If you need anything.
It's just a lot going on right now. And I was gonna say, I think he trails off at that because he could just say so much of what's going on, but he can't really. I mean, with their situation, with the facility and stuff, he can't say any of that. But also, he keeps thinking back to his sister, and it's just there's like a lump in his throat, I think.
And I'm just trying to understand what is going on, my dear? I know we had that whole misunderstanding, and like I said, I'm sure I can smooth things out with your sister once we have a moment.
Jackson, Vienna's gone.
Jackson freezes for a moment, and when he speaks, his voice has lost some of its shine, and his face almost darkens briefly. What?
She got killed.
When did this happen?
A little over a month ago. I watched her and she's not,
Jackson, if you allow him to, Merru, goes in to embrace you.
Merru will accept it. I think he'll even hug Jackson back. I think.
He keeps your head pressed against his chest, and he rubs a hand on your back as he says, "Oh, Merru, I had no idea. This makes so much more sense. Come here. I'm sorry."
I think Merru. He's quiet. You know, very, very clearly he's probably clutching onto Jackson's jacket pretty tightly. And then in his head he repeats that familiar mindfulness mantra that Jackson had taught him from when they were younger. And hesitantly pulls away after a few long moments.
Jackson reluctantly lets you go, and his hair is fallen over his face as he turns his head for a moment, Merru, before he looks back to you, and the shine is gone from his eyes. Do they know?
The others, yeah, they were there.
His eyes narrow ever so slightly. They were.
Well, we were, in a, and Merru's a little unsure if he should give out so much information on what exactly happened back then, because he doesn't want to give out something that should be kept hidden. And I think he'll fiddle with the cloth, the red cloth on his wrist.
I apologize if I'm entirely off base here, but does this by any chance have to do with the web, was it?
And Merru, his eyes immediately go back up to Jackson. He goes, how did you?
Us at the Hana don't know all too much about that little project in particular, but we certainly heard about it when an arbiter declared something from there to be an impurity of the city, when it had previously been an urban plague. I knew Vienna had gone caught up in something going on over in those streets, but she never told me what.
Wait. You talked to Vienna? How long ago was that?
Years ago, while I was looking for you, dear. But I never would have suspected that she had gone caught up in whatever it was that happened over there recently. So much was happening over there in a short period of time, but none of it concerned the Hana as a whole, so there was little I could do to, find out more. Trust that I tried, though.
Oh.
I admit that I wanted to see you again now in particular, because I was worried that you may have gotten caught up in that situation, too, considering your current companionship.
I think Merru now lowers his gaze a little bit at that, thinking back on the situation and that district and how he never should have gone back there, even if he didn't really have much of a choice. And I think his voice is quiet when he answers, and he just goes, I was just doing what I had to do. I don't really know what else I could have done.
Jackson's brows furrow at that, and he says, what you had to do? Did you not have a choice? I don't understand, my dear Merru.
No, it's not that. I just,
Is there something else going on?
And Meru's ego suit feels very heavy right now. It's not actually any heavier than normal, but it feels very, like, he can feel it around him. And he thinks about that, and he can feel the weight of that pendant around his neck. And he doesn't want to lie. He hates lying. So I think he will be as honest as he feels he can be. Honestly, as honest as he's felt he could be with the other managers in this case. And he just goes, I can't tell you.
I see. Jackson pauses as he ponders what he's heard. And then he nods his head after coming to a decision. I understand now. I suppose this adds up to what I had been thinking.
Huh?
Nothing, my dear. It's all right. And he gives you a gentle smile and puts a hand on your arm, Merru. I will have it all handled. Is there anyone else that you have besides, them? Out of curiosity.
Oh. And Merru doesn't want to, like, stress Jackson out necessarily by thinking that he's, like, only got those three, but it's like, how does he even explain, like, Kit and all of them? So I think he just goes, I guess it's hard to explain. No one you'd know, I think. And then I think he pauses and goes, oh.
Oh?
The kid.
Kid?
Yeah. He actually made it.
The kid? What do you... Jackson's quiet for a moment, looking to the side, and then he seems to suddenly remember as he looks back at you and his eyes light up and he says, oh, wait, you mean your kid? Your little buddy who went missing?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's wonderful news, isn't it? And you can tell Merru, without any insight check, he is trying to use this news to lift your spirits. I always told you he was probably out there somewhere. See, not everything is so bad. Where did you meet him again?
Oh, District, 21?
Oh, that's not too far away. How wonderful! Was he so excited to see you? Well, actually, how old would he be by now? Just old enough to be going off on his own, right?
I guess you could say he was excited. It's a little complicated.
And that light begins to dim a bit as he says, "You don't seem too happy about that. I thought you'd be ecstatic to tell me about reuniting with that little one." And there seems to be a realization in his eyes as he puts his hands on both of your arms to steady you and says, "Wait, Merru, my dear, please don't tell me he..."
Oh, and I think Merru gets what Jackson's trying to imply, and he shakes his head. He goes, No. He's alive. He's okay.
Oh, thank goodness. You had me worried for a moment. As Jackson lets out a sigh of relief and says, where is he then?
And I think that question makes Merru freeze a little bit. He mentioned Berg, hoping that he could maybe be a little vague about it enough to make Jackson less worried. But I guess it does make sense that he'd be asking where Berg is, and Merru doesn't exactly know. Right, like maybe he's back in District 21. He's not sure, so I think he stays quiet as he's like thinking.
Merru?
And I think in the end, again, Merru doesn't want to lie or anything. So he'll just be honest, because frankly, Jackson will probably find out one way or another, won't he? Probably better to hear it from Merru, and I think he'll just go, he's with the middle now.
And Merru, Jackson's hands are still on your arms, and you can feel them shake for a moment when he says, "the middle." There is a long pause before Jackson puts a smile back on his face, but he seems tense. I see. So that's where he's been this whole time?
He's big now, actually. Like, he lifts his hand up, like he's trying to keep it casual, kind of, and he just goes, almost as tall as you. I think, lots of tattoos, chains, the like. Big.
How interesting. And Jackson's smile grows, but his gaze sharpens. Was he snatched up to a different district back then, or?
No.
And Jackson remembers earlier, bragging about his daughter and mentioning as almost an afterthought his son. A son that he seemed to think Jackson would know for some reason. I see. I understand what you mean. And you're just okay with that, considering you're,
Merru glances away with another little frown on his face. And then after thinking about how to answer this, he just looks back at Jackson and very earnestly just goes, Jackson, I just want him to be okay. The rest doesn't matter. I can't lose him too, I don't want him to end up like my sister or like,
Jackson squeezes your arms gently, Merru. And then let's go. Maybe we should just head back now. I won't make you talk anymore. I understand what's going on now, my dear Merru.
Yeah.
Jackson places a gentle guiding hand on your back and begins to lead you back to the rest of the managers. And as he does, he says, "Everything will be okay, my Merru. Please believe me."
Merru is unsure about how to answer that. So I think he will just allow Jackson to lead him back, of course, like he has been this entire time, but I think he'll stay quiet.
Absolutely. And as the two of you begin to head back, I should ask the three of you who have been waiting, is there anything you all have been discussing?
I fucked up.
You fucked up?
I fucked up. I forgot that I was wearing gaze last time he saw us. That guy was so stupid. He knows. I don't know if he knows anything else, but he at least knows we've been going back to L Corp. He's been... Hana has tracked us into the Fallen Wing. In and out and in and out. How long until they triangulate our position? How long until they find it?
Assuming they haven't found it already. Regardless, it'll do us no good to be paranoid and think about endless possibilities.
I can't even risk sending a message back to the facility that we might be compromised just in case this entire nest is bugged. Shit.
I guess the only comfort there is that they probably do know exactly where we're going, or at least have a pretty good idea and haven't yet expended their resources on doing anything about that. If that's at all a comfort.
He knows the lingo. He knows about L Corp. He knows gifts. He knows ego.
He certainly knows more than he should.
A lot more. I don't... His obsession with Merru.
Mm-hmm. So that is obvious to all of us. I mean, like, that was pretty clear from the get-go, right?
Prior was kind of just throwing out accusations. The fact that it was confirmed by someone, he kind of blinks at Kai in a way that says that was absolutely just Prior coming up with reasons to, like, get angry at Jackson, and then goes, yes, very clear.
Well, I mean, if I'm being entirely... Okay, just based off of my assumptions, he's
Sorry,
not...
I've had a terrible headache ever since I started wearing this ego gear. It's fine. It'll pass. Continue.
This is entirely based off of my assumptions and personal opinion. I don't think that he seems like a bad guy, but the obsession with Merru thing definitely seems correct. I mean, I don't think he wants us around at all. In fact, I don't think he really likes me much. or you two, for that matter. Not that you've helped that. Why make this guy an enemy from the start? If we're trying to avoid trouble with him?
I was trying to empathize with him. I figured we had a mutual friend in common in Director Abraham.
You
Figured I'd buddy up.
clearly didn't read the room correctly.
I've always had trouble getting the strong-willed on my side.
That's very true. Look, I think Kai's right. Why make a...
I'm
Why
not just
fuss?
speaking to Prior about that, but okay.
I haven't done anything to him. Nor have I been hostile. If anything, I've been extremely polite.
I don't
My
know
point-
everything you two were saying, but you sounded very mixy about it.
Listen, no, Miix is correct. This guy, he's out to get us. He's gotta be.
That's not what I said. What I said was there's no point in making him in getting on his bad side. At the very least, he cares about Merru. That much I think is true. And I'm sorry, Prior, but like you need to take a chill pill. Like, let's. We could be fucked. We might not be. Like, that's just what the story of our lives at this point. It's. We can't really predict these things that well. I think we'll be fine for now, though. I think we can.
Bank
Pretty
on the fact that
confidently
Jackson
say
cares
that.
enough about Merru.
Yeah, I don't think he. If he was out to get us, he would have done something by now. Long before this, honestly.
Prior's self-serious expression does not leave his face. It's pensive and drawn as always, but you notice he's bouncing on the balls of his feet in a way that's very uncharacteristic of him, but if you've walked by Queen of Hatred's unit, is a very familiar state to find herself in when she starts getting anxious.
Hello?
Villain! You see the eyes of mimicry go in 3 different directions, and Prior a moment later whips around muttering villain to himself.
Prior. That word echoes in your head as you are bouncing up and down. There is a villain nearby. There is a villain who wants to do you harm. There is a villain who wants to hurt you. And the villain is walking right towards you with an arm around Merru and a hand on his back.
Prior's eyes do not pop out of his skull as much as he seems to be willing them to for a moment before he slams them shut, and when he opens them, they are serious and driven. You alright, Merru?
Huh? Oh,
Are you okay?
yeah.
Prior's eyes drift to Jackson, and Prior just burrows into Jackson with his gaze, and he does not leave staring at him.
Jackson has a polite smile on his face, but his eyes are also burrowing into you, Prior. Something has changed. You don't know what was said. You don't know what Merru and Jackson discussed, but the hostility that was bubbling beneath the surface it's not quite visible on his face, but combined with Mimicry's gift, you can see the mask beginning to crack. There is something this man has learned, and it has turned him against you.
What's going on, big guy?
That
No
is
way you-
quite a way to address a fixer of the Hana Association, Kane. But I suppose I can let it slide as you are a companion to my dear Merru.
I didn't realize we were going all in on the formalities here, Fixer Jackson.
I've I've told you can just call me Jackson.
Jackson. I hope everything was alright.
Yes, quite. I was just catching up with my dear Merru, and I believe that a few things were made clear to me.
Like what?
You know, Kane, while any friend of Merru's who is treating him well is a friend of mine, there are certain things you do not need to be privy to. Have you ever heard of a private discussion? You don't need to be part of discussions that are private.
I think it makes sense that at this point, a little bit of what Prior sensed. And she runs a hand through her hair and says, "Right, my apologies. I hope we've done nothing to offend you. Apologize if that's the case."
I think it best we continue our walk through the district, shall we?
Yes, of course.
Hey, sorry, Jackson?
Yes, Kai.
I apologize for, interrupting or asking more questions than necessary, but didn't we have, a mission to get to, or something? It seemed more urgent, but we sure have been taking a lot of detours.
Right, I am so sorry. And Kai, he's not sorry at all. At how caught up I got in everything. Let's get a move on with the mission, shall we? And would you all like to follow him?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I would like to.
Merru, you don't get a choice. The rest of you do, but Merru, he still has his hand on your back.
Well, yeah. I mean, Merru wasn't going to resist.
Yeah, no. I'm coming.
Yeah,
I
Miix
just
is following.
don't love the shift that just happened.
Absolutely. And you all are taken to an association gym. Jackson smiles and speaks to the ones in charge. He leads you all into the association's gym. And he says, as you're all walking in, it's one last little pit stop before we can get started with the mission. And you all can see, despite the people that are working there at the front desk that he talks to, this place has been cleared of people. There is no one else here. And he hums a little as he reaches for an anchor. I will tell you all this. The anchor that he grabs is clearly ego gear. Would any of you like to make me an understanding city secrets check?
I would love to.
Absolutely.
I'll give Miix an assist die.
May I use my specialty in abnormalities, because it's ego gear?
Absolutely, you may.
Awesome. Only getting help from Prior. Anyone else?
Anyone
I
else who can
can't.
assist?
I have city secrets.
Is
Yeah.
Merru in a state to help?
Oh, that's true.
Is Merru in a state to help? That's a great question.
I don't think. Probably not.
Probably not actually. Sorry.
That's fair. What's the difficulty?
The difficulty is a scaling difficulty, but is a base challenge 4.
for. We'll go ahead and use that one point we got earlier. We'll go ahead and roll. You know what? We'll even do a willpower reroll and see what happens.
That
There we
is
go.
8 whole successes. So, with that number of successes, Miix, you can see, first of all, this anchor is almost the size of his body. It is huge, or not quite his body, but it is like, yeah, no, it is. It's almost the size of his body. This man is 6'2", and the anchor he's carrying, he carries it with such ease. I also forgot to let you all know, you did get an affinity before from space, and you may need it, so you can all add an additional sync point. But he is carrying this anchor, the size of his body. It is glowing with a bright light, and it is a Va ego gear. You can identify from the weapon. You've worked around ego a lot, Miix, being an agent and of the information team. So he has a Va ego weapon at his disposal. I will say, even with 8 successes, you do not know the abnormality this comes from. However, I will give you this. Whichever abnormality this is, with the way he wields his weapon, you have a feeling that he is very in tune with it. You know that ego gear, while Lobotomy Corporations is, of course, made to be stable, so that most of the lower level gear anyone can don, the higher level gear tends to have requirements. I will give you that this ego, he is attuned with. He seems to very much wield it with a practiced ease, as if he has been for quite some time. And that is what you do learn. Now, I will say, there's one last thing I'll give you because you rolled so many successes. Although this appears to be a melee weapon, you wouldn't count out his capability of ranged attacks, just because the weapon seems to be a melee one, given its size. And that is all the information you learn.
You've certainly been around. And to have it attuned to yourself, no less.
Yes. I did find this gear while I was handling a mission in one of those L Corp facilities. And he swings the anchor a bit and looks to you all with a smile, though that sparkle has faded from his eyes as he says, "Now, on to the mission. It was not for all of you at all. It is my own mission that will culminate in me getting my evaluation for color. I should say, I do not consider, of course, my dear Merru to be an enemy, nor would I ever. And the rest of you, I would not like to consider us enemies. But I haven't exactly been impressed with all of you up until now, especially knowing the fate that my dear Merru's sister met while in the care of you three."
We all lost something when the web project fell.
I hope there's a but to your statement, Jackson.
Jackson's smile is still on his face, even if it doesn't reach his eyes anymore. And he opts to ignore you, Prior, and looks to you, Miix, and says, "There is indeed. I am a believer in giving everyone a fair shot at proving me wrong. So, I suggest let's start this mission off with a spar. We can go all out, save for murder, of course. I don't think any of us here want to see anyone else here dead. And of course, I cannot force you to fight me. But... well... And at that, he does soften his look, and he looks to Merru, and he says, Merru, my dear Merru, if you would like me to stand down, I will. Just say the word, and I will do whatever you ask of me.
Merru?
Prior looks at Merru. Like, I feel all the managers just turn to focus solely on Merru.
Meru's kinda looking back and forth between them, and I think that in his mind, what he's thinking is he can ask Jackson to stand down right now. But is that making the problem go away? Clearly there's an issue, and he said it's a spar. So maybe this can be, I mean, they've handled fights before, so this might stop it from having Jackson kind of on their, I don't want to say like on their cases, but it almost feels a little bit like a trick question of sorts. And so I think he looks at Jackson and just says, you're, it's a spar?
Yes, my dear Merru. It is a spar. I can outline the rules for you if you would like.
What would the rules even be besides what you said?
Of course. The challenged may choose the method of conducting the spar, whether it's using the ways of the Sync and doing this 1v1, or if they want to use techniques from the Liu and fight in a coordinated group takedown, the challenger must accept. Any head-approved weaponry is allowed, and there is no limit to the amount of weapons you are permitted to wield. As long as you can handle it, you can use it. The use of any sort of healing ampule is not permitted until after the spar has concluded.
I mean, if it's just a spar, then...
Of course, my dear Merru. It is just a spar.
If that would help, then...
Well then, I suppose Merru has spoken.
Wonderful. And as Jackson readies his weapon, I think this is the perfect place to end our session. I admit things went on a bit later than I expected, but we'll begin the next session with a friendly spar with a grade 1 fixer. Thank you all so much for coming on out. If you want to leave a comment for Jackson, you can do so on his site. Maybe he'll even leave a reply for you.